on Antisemitism and Social Cohesion is now in session.
Yes, Ms Hager.
Commissioner, last week we heard evidence about the experiences of anti-Semitism from Jewish Australians and also some non-Jewish Australians. This week, in addition to hearing some more of those stories, we'll hear some evidence from witnesses who will contribute to the Commission's understanding of the prevalence of anti-Semitism in Australian institutions and society, as well as how to identify and define what anti-Semitism is. The first witness this morning will be Tahli Blicblau, the CEO of the Door Foundation, and her evidence is expected to outline a 4-dimension framework for measuring the prevalence of contemporary anti-Semitism in Australia, those 4 dimensions being anti-Semitic incidents, anti-Semitic discourse, anti-Semitic attitudes in the general community, and finally Jewish community perceptions of anti-Semitism. And then we will hear from witnesses who have collected data about and conducted surveys of anti-Semitic incidents, discourse, attitudes and perceptions, the first of which will be Julie Nathan from the Executive Council of Australian Jewry. Commissioner, in light of the efficiency with which we've moved through the witnesses so far, I can advise that the Commission will sit today and tomorrow, but will not sit on Wednesday. We'll hear from Dr. David Rich on Thursday morning, and owing to the time difference, that will start at 7 o'clock in the morning. But his evidence will then conclude this hearing block, and I expect we should not need to sit on Friday.
Thank you, Ms Hager.
Ms Phillips will call the first witness.
Yes.
Commissioner, I call Tahli Blicblau.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
Can you please state your full name?
Tahli Blicblau.
You're the Chief Executive Officer of the Door Foundation.
That's right.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a statement to the Commission that's dated the 1st of May 2026.
Yes.
The contents of that statement are still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement, doc ID stat.899.0049.0049_R.
Yes, that statement will be received as Exhibit 1.90.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner, I'd also take the opportunity to tender 3 of the annexures to that statement. They have doc IDs stat.899.0049.0012.
Exhibit 1.91.
That's the Constitution of the Door Foundation. Then stat.899.0055.0014. That's a 2024
yes,
National
Exhibit
Social
1.92.
And stat.899.0055.0015.
Exhibit 1.93.
Thank you, Commissioner. You've held the role of Chief Executive Officer of the Door Foundation since January 2025, is that correct?
Yes.
Can I ask you about your own background and experience before commencing in that role, both professionally and in Jewish communal organisations?
Yeah, sure. So I have a Bachelor of Arts in Law from the University of Sydney with a major in Jewish civilization, thought and culture, and a Master of Science in Countering Organised Crime and Terrorism from University College in London. I started my career at the New South Wales Community Security Group back in 2006, where I led the Intelligence Division for 3 years. After finishing my Masters, I returned to Australia and started work at the New South Wales Crime Commission. My role there was in preventing, reducing and disrupting serious and organised crime with some work in counter-terrorism. I held various intelligence roles there, and in my last 4 years I held director positions where I was responsible for leading the intelligence function of that organisation. And as you know, I started at the Door Foundation last year. Within the Jewish community, I attended a Jewish day school and youth movement. During my time at university, I was a leader within the Australasian Union of Jewish Students. I was a volunteer at the Community Security Group, and I also volunteer on the Allocations Committee of the Jewish Communal Appeal, which is the community's central charity.
Thank you. The Door Foundation was established in 2024 as a not-for-profit organisation. Can you tell me about the objectives and the mandate of the organisation?
Yeah, the Door Foundation was established to combat rising anti-Semitism and hate and to rebuild social cohesion in Australia. We build the evidence, the insights and coordinated action to tackle anti-Semitism as it has evolved and manifests within contemporary Australia, and we do so in partnership. Our focus at the Door Foundation is on understanding the key drivers, or what we refer to as the systemic enablers, the systems and things within our society that allow hate to flourish and to take hold. And in doing so, our focus is on proactive, preventative action as opposed to response.
And you've said in your witness statement that the foundation was established in direct response to what you've described as the exponential rise of anti-Semitism in Australia, particularly following October 7 of 2023. Are you able to explain how you and those responsible for the foundation of Door saw that rise in anti-Semitism manifesting?
Anti-Semitism didn't begin on the 7th of October 2023. The evidence suggests it had been rising for at least a decade, along with the rise of political and conspiratorial movements and social media. But what changed on the 7th of October was the speed and scale at which it took hold and its prevalence within Australia that had otherwise been largely protected. You've heard evidence in this room over the last week about the 9th of October 2023, the protest at the Opera House being a key turning point, but I would submit that it was actually 24 hours earlier, the evening of the 8th of October, that was pivotal in setting the trajectory. And on that evening there was a protest gathering in Western Sydney where the events of the 7th of October were described as a day of pride and courage, one of elation, and cars were driving through Western Sydney setting off fireworks. That glorification of violence that night, at a time where Israel was still counting its dead, really set the tone for a permissive environment in which glorifying violence was accepted and permissible. And you've heard evidence here about what took place, the incidents that transpired over the coming months. We see anti-Semitism coming from 4 converging extreme ideologies: radical Islam, the extreme far right racial movements, conspiratorial ideologies, and activist elements of the contemporary far left who direct collective grievances of Israel's actions towards Jewish Australians. And what we saw was a convergence of those 4 ideologies, all centering on Jew hatred and really growing within our society.
Something that you've described in your statement is a recognition by the guardians of the Door Foundation that anti-Semitism, previously confined to extremist fringes, has moved more into mainstream Australia. Are you able to comment on that dynamic that Door has been recognising?
Yes, so those 4 ideological extremes that I described always existed and always had anti-Semitism as part of their fundamental ideology, but what changed, first of all, was the convergence and conflation of those, and second of all, their movement away from shameful radical fringes and into mainstream discourse. A lot of this took place online in a way that was then amplified and normalised. The concentration of that rhetoric really made its way into mainstream discourse. Our research tells us that many Australians were not able to recognise anti-Semitic tropes when they were presented, and so the lack of awareness together with the concentration of this really allowed it to take hold. And then the other thing we saw was the presentation of anti-Semitic actions and words in places that were previously considered safe, in hospitals and schools and workplaces and in cultural institutions.
You've described the Door Foundation's mantra in your statement as being to tackle ancient hatred in modern ways. Could I invite you to comment on the ancient hatred and then the modern ways of tackling that Door is presently engaged in?
Anti-Semitism is often described as the world's oldest hatred. It is a constant presence across time and space, but it's often laid dormant, and including in Australia. It's been dormant, but it's been persistent, and it's evolved and shifted over time from a religious hatred, an allegation of Jews being Christ killers, to a racial hatred, Jews not being white enough or pure enough, a political hatred, Jews as communists or capitalists, as the case may be. And in contemporary Australia, it looks different again, laying collective blame on Jewish Australians, largely for Israel's conduct. It's also different now because it moves faster and larger. The role of the internet and social media allows these hateful comments to reach millions of people within milliseconds. And so in order to combat the new form, not only as it exists as a theory or ideology, but also where it presents, we need to operate there. And so our focus at the Door Foundation is on using modern technologies, good quality evidence and data to meet the challenge where it is and to solve for it at the scale at which it's moving.
And in setting its remit and its focus, has the Door Foundation looked to the experiences of organisations overseas that have been established to tackle anti-Semitism?
We have looked abroad, both prior to my arrival. Our board of guardians and then myself, when I arrived, have spent significant time learning from and speaking with comparable organisations abroad. A couple of examples are what was called the Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism in the US, now known as the Blue Square Alliance, the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy is another example. But what was important was that we built something relevant for contemporary Australia. A copy-paste from the US or Europe was not necessarily going to work, and so while learning from overseas, what was equally important was to understand the current organisations and capabilities that exist here in Australia, and also to understand the attitudes of Australians towards the Jewish community and other minorities, so that we could solve for the specific problem as it presents in our context.
I want to ask you next about the ways in which the Door Foundation looks to measure anti-Semitism in the Australian setting. At paragraph 20 of your statement, you've identified that Door assesses contemporary anti-Semitism in Australia across 4 dimensions. I'd like you, if you can, to first identify what those 4 dimensions are, and then I might ask you to elaborate on each of them in turn.
The 4 dimensions, as we heard earlier, are incidence, discourse, sentiment, and communal perception. So incidence being anti-Semitic actions directed towards Jewish people or property, or in other words, what are people doing? The second is anti-Semitic discourse, that's words or language. So in other words, what are people saying? The third, anti-Semitic sentiment, that's beliefs, attitudes, prejudices or assumptions. They may be consciously or unconsciously held. So in other words, what are people thinking? And then the fourth measure is what we call communal perception, which is how safe or included, or the opposite, the Jewish community feels.
And is it the view of yourself and the organisation that you represent that each of these 4 dimensions provide a complementary and holistic account of the impact and prevalence of anti-Semitism?
Yeah, that's right. So they don't exist in isolation. They should be understood holistically. Measuring or understanding one of the 4 dimensions alone presents only a partial picture of the problem. They each answer a distinct analytical question, but they need to be understood and taken together in order to be effective when it comes to not only understanding and measuring the problem, but also effectively disrupting it.
And you've referred in your statement to these dimensions needing to be understood as a matrix. And is that the phenomenon that you were just referring to in that answer, the combination of the different dimensions?
Yeah, it's a combination. It's a matrix, and they're not linear. So I'll give you an example. By the time someone is drawing a swastika on a school or setting fire to a synagogue, it's too late to reach them and to intervene. We need to understand what people are saying before they act and what people are thinking before they speak, and we need to intervene early to prevent harm and to reduce fear. So it's true to say that hateful thoughts lead to hateful words and then to hateful actions, but the same is also true in reverse. The evidence in the research tells us that when significant anti-Semitic attacks have happened both in Australia and abroad, that has also escalated the level of anti-Semitic discourse, which then becomes part of a normalised conversation, and attitudes spiral downwards.
You've referred to a mosaic principle that's used by the Door Foundation in terms of its approach to various data sources. Can you explain that principle and how it's used operationally?
The mosaic principle is a principle used in intelligence analysis. It's one that I used in my former role, and it involves taking separate, disparate pieces of data and information, separate pieces of evidence that, when considered in isolation, are imperfect or don't paint a comprehensive picture. But by collating them, pulling them together, we get a much clearer understanding of the problem. We also talk about triangulation as a research method where individual sources of data that point to the same conclusion can strengthen our confidence in what we're trying to understand, and when they diverge or are contradictory, it signals the need that we need to keep digging.
I want to ask you specifically about the first dimension that you've identified, anti-Semitic incidents, and you commence some discussion of that dimension from paragraph 30 of your witness statement. Now, in terms of data collection on anti-Semitic incidents in Australia, what sources does the Door Foundation look toward?
So the Door Foundation does not itself record and collect anti-Semitic incidents. We rely on the work of partner organisations, and you'll hear shortly from a witness who will no doubt take you through that in great detail. The Executive Council of Australian Jewry, our community security groups globally. Incidents are recorded by the J7 Global Task Force, which comprises the 7 largest Jewish communities in the world outside of Israel, and so we rely on incident data that is recorded and held elsewhere.
And you've identified what you said to be some limitations of incident data that is available to you and to the Door Foundation. What are some of those limits?
The most relevant or important limitation is that anti-Semitic incident data, like other forms of victim-based crime, relies largely on the reporting of the victim. And we know from other types of victim-based crime that these are often underreported, either because the victim is concerned for their own safety or because they don't have confidence that it's going to be dealt with. And we know from qualitative studies that a lot of the incidents go unreported. So, for example, a study on anti-Semitism in sport in Australia indicates that up to 75% of incidents on the sporting field are never reported.
From your and the Door Foundation's analysis of the incident data relating to anti-Semitism that you've looked at, particularly since October 2023, what are the broad trends that you've identified in terms of anti-Semitic incidents from that data?
It's skyrocketed.
And is that the case both in Australia and abroad, to your understanding?
Yes.
Can I just inquire about this? Anti-Semitic incidents have skyrocketed here, also in the United Kingdom and the United States?
That is my understanding, yes.
And is it your understanding that the same applies in Canada?
My understanding is that there has been a consistent upward trend in incidents globally, not just in terms of the number of incidents, but also in their severity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And is it broadly right to say that the spike that you see, in part, seems to correspond to events in the Middle East?
The spike that we've seen started to escalate sharply on the 7th of October 2023.
And that is true for the, to your knowledge, in the overseas countries that I've referred to?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yes.
When you referred just then in your answer to the Commissioner's question to increases in severity, can you give some concrete examples of what you mean by that?
I mean, the pinnacle, the most severe incident that we saw was the massacre at Bondi on the 14th of December 2025, but we saw an escalation in severity of incidents prior to that with arson attacks at synagogues and childcare centres, a caravan laden with explosives. There are endless examples that have been given in this room.
Events of that ilk, say arson attacks at synagogues and the like, they're events that you're aware of having occurred since October 2023 in overseas jurisdictions as well as in Australia?
Yeah, I mean, two examples in London just in the last 2 weeks. One attacking Jewish ambulances, another a stabbing.
I want to ask you then about the second dimension that you've identified, anti-Semitic discourse. What are the domains in which anti-Semitic discourse can be observed?
So anti-Semitic discourse is hateful words or language. It can happen in the real world, on the side of a netball court, or it can and does happen online very, very frequently.
And what's the evidence base that the Door Foundation looks toward to inform its understanding of the nature and levels of anti-Semitic discourse, particularly in Australia?
Monitoring of discourse takes place both by the Door Foundation itself and also organisations that we work in partnership with. So the Executive Council of Australia and Jewry, the community security groups, the Online Hate Prevention Institute are all measuring, recording and understanding anti-Semitic discourse. The Door Foundation builds on this work through the use of a combination of technology and human analysis to understand narratives and trends and shifts in the way that anti-Semitic language is being used predominantly online.
And what has the discourse analysis that the Door Foundation has been undertaking of late indicated about the nature of anti-Semitic narratives, language, discourse that's emergent or almost common?
First of all, it tends to shift with the news cycle, but there are some very clear trends that can be observed. They cast Jewish people and often replace the word Jewish with the word Zionist as uniquely powerful, bloodthirsty, in a binary world as an oppressor. Jews are often accused of playing the victim or as being responsible for their own suffering and misery, sometimes for making it up, or at worst, orchestrating violence themselves, what we refer to as false flag attacks.
And I asked you this about incidents in the real world, violence, arson attacks, etc. But in terms of anti-Semitic discourse, what's the nature of the trend that the Door Foundation has been observing since the 7th of October 2023?
It too has worsened. It has increased over time, and it spikes with particular incidents or global events, not just in the Middle East, but also in relation to anti-Semitic attacks locally. In fact, in the days following the attack at Bondi, anti-Semitic discourse increased horrifically.
One can find a lot of troubling material. One searches the depths of the internet, pornographic material, extremist material of all kinds and the like. Why is it that the levels or the nature of anti-Semitic discourse that one finds online a relevant matter in terms of what plays out in the real world, if I can put it that way?
There's a few answers to that question. The first part of it is that we live in a digital world. The physical and the digital worlds are inextricably linked, and so what happens online makes its way into physical reality, and some of the incidents we've seen over the last couple of years have started with an online mobilisation and then translated into protests or physical acts in the real world, and some examples that spring to mind include some of the riots down in Melbourne.
Could you just explain that in a little more detail?
Yeah, so you may recall there was an incident in Melbourne where a restaurant was trashed, Israeli restaurant. That started with an online post or conversation and then escalated from there. The other relevant comment to make in relation to your question about anti-Semitism specifically is that I mentioned earlier that there were 4 converging radical ideologies. They are not clearly compartmentalised in online discourse, and so they converge in a way that makes them more easily able to sort of make their way into public discourse, and they're shrouded just enough in language often of human rights to be acceptable to polite society. And the final indicator is that our research shows that many, in fact most Australians, can't recognise anti-Semitic tropes when they see them, and so they're presented with these hateful tropes, content and rhetoric, and because they don't recognise it as being anti-Semitic, it's more likely to become normalised and accepted.
Can you give us an example of an online post that you say is shrouded in human rights speech, but in your view it contains an anti-Semitic element?
Yeah, so I can give you examples specifically from the research that we conducted, yes, where Australians were showed images of traditional anti-Semitic tropes, but were regarded as political activism. So one example is, the image of the globe with an octopus sitting on top of it. That image, when the octopus is replaced with any motif relevant to Israel or the Israeli government, is according to our research, usually passed off as political activism, where in fact this concept of Jews or Zionists controlling the world through their tentacles really should be regarded as anti-Semitic.
Thank you.
The third dimension that you have identified in your witness statement for measuring anti-Semitism is what you've described as anti-Semitic sentiment. Do I understand that to be a reflection of the prevalence of anti-Semitic attitudes amongst members of the broader Australian community?
Yeah, that's right.
And You've just mentioned some of the research that the Door Foundation has commissioned or undertaken or had undertaken by others on its behalf in relation to that dimension. I might ask you just to talk us through what that research was in a little more detail. And I understand that there was a study that was commissioned in 2024 with a follow-up study that was commissioned earlier this year in 2026. Are you able to talk us through why it was that Door commissioned those studies and what they were intended to inquire into?
Yeah, the first study conducted in early 2024 was known as the National Social Acceptance Study, and it looked initially broadly at the general tolerance or social acceptance, not just of the Jewish community, but other minority groups in Australia. The reason it was done was to help us get a baseline of attitudes so that we understood not just the prevalence of anti-Semitism, but its particular nuances, so that we could better solve for the problems. In other words, you have to diagnose before you can cure. That first study was a mixture of qualitative and quantitative work. It had a quantitative sample size of over 2,000 people, and they were asked questions about their level of acceptance and tolerance for the Jewish community and for other minority groups. The first study was somewhat encouraging in its results. It found that Australians value fairness, respect and tolerance and inclusion. It found that most Australians are not anti-Semitic, but it did identify risk factors, particularly in younger Australians and those who had less familiarity with the Jewish community, and they presented with lower tolerance scores.
And the study that was commissioned in 2026, was that directed to the same information output, and how were the results compared to the 2024 study?
Yeah, it was a partial retest, and it also looked at the generalised anti-Semitism scale. The 2026 study, you'll see, is very recent. It's dated the 23rd of April this year, so it's our most recent and most up-to-date baseline assessment of Australian attitudes towards the Jewish community and other minority groups. Unfortunately, it paints a much bleaker picture. It demonstrates a decline in tolerance overall. It demonstrates a declining belief in a multicultural Australia. It shows that attitudes towards the Jewish community have fallen, both in the Judeophobia subscale and the anti-Zionism subscale. And one of the most significant falls was in the willingness of Australians to have Jewish friends.
And you just mentioned the Judeophobic subscale and the anti-Zionist subscale. They're subscales that are used for collecting survey data from members of the general public about attitudes towards Jewish people and Israel and Zionism, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
You said in your statement that sentiment analysis in this area, that is anti-Semitism, must be understood alongside ideological attitudes relating to Israel and Zionism. Can I ask you to explain why it is that those ideological attitudes, as held by members of the public, are viewed as being relevant to understanding sentiments towards Jewish people more broadly?
This goes to the question that the Commissioner asked me earlier, and it relates to the fact that many people don't self-identify as anti-Semitic. If asked the question directly, they wouldn't say that they have prejudice towards Jews. But the research shows that when you replace the word Jew with the word Zionism, the same hatred, the same prejudice exists. It's just that the language changes, and all of a sudden people see themselves as being politically active, where in fact the impact, the harm, is the same.
Do you inquire of the respondent what their understanding of Zionism is.
Yes, and in fact, most can't define it.
And what do you take from that research outcome in terms of the level of understanding more broadly in the Australian community about the Jewish community, about Zionist beliefs, about even what anti-Zionism consists of?
It means we've got a lot of work to do is the short answer, and these studies, this sentiment analysis is not something we do just for an academic exercise. It informs our work, it informs our programming and our decision making.
And in terms of what the Door Foundation takes from the most up-to-date research as you've just described it, what does it see in terms of the trends in the Australian community with respect to social acceptance of the Jewish community over time?
They're very concerning.
Now, the fourth dimension that you've identified in the taxonomy that we've been discussing, that you've called communal perception, what does that comprise and how can we go about measuring or understanding it?
Communal perception relates to how safe, accepted, tolerated and included the Jewish community feels, or indeed the opposite, how fearful they are. It's measured through mostly qualitative but also quantitative studies. You will or you have heard from the National Council of Jewish Women. There's been a sector-specific studies looking at anti-Semitism in sport, in arts and culture, and broader studies to understand how safe and included the Jewish people feel. But I think it's fair to say that nothing is more illustrative than the testimony that's been given in this very room over the last week, in which Jewish people have described their feelings of fear.
You said, and this is at paragraph 78 of your witness statement, that the interconnected and mutually reinforcing nature of these dimensions means that an effective response must address all of them together, and that targeting one dimension in isolation risks allowing others to persist and intensify sustaining feedback loops. Can you comment on how the Door Foundation, through its work, seeks to tackle each of those four dimensions together?
Yeah, I gave the example earlier of an anti-Semitic incident, a swastika on a school or the burning down of a synagogue being the sort of pointy end, the tip of the iceberg. If you take that example, it can be treated through enforcement only. Legislation, arrest, charge, conviction and punishment, but it doesn't solve for what preceded it. So these events, these incidents don't materialise from nowhere. They operate on a continuum or a script. They start with radicalisation or a prejudicial belief, and then they escalate. So it's one thing to operate at the pointy end through legislation and enforcement, but you need to understand what's happening at the earlier part of the continuum and inoculate against those hateful attitudes through education, basic ethics training and cultural awareness. And in our work at the Door Foundation, I told you earlier that our focus is on long-term prevention as opposed to reaction and response, and most of our work therefore takes place in that education space, trying to inoculate against the attitudes that then lead to hateful actions.
I might ask the operator to display a schematic that you have included in your witness statement at page 20, just above paragraph 85. Maybe we can just zoom in on the schematic a little more closely. Thank you, operator. This schematic that we're looking at on the screen, does this reflect the national framework that the Door Foundation seeks to operationalise to combat anti-Semitism?
Yes.
It's got various layers within it, and I might ask you to address some of those layers in turn. The outer ring in the grey or the beige is titled Critical Enablers. Can you explain what the Door Foundation sees and understands by the concept of critical enablers?
Yeah, in order to do so, I might just give some context to the framework itself, if that's okay. This was developed largely in response to the Special Envoy's plan to combat anti-Semitism. It doesn't seek to make recommendations to government. It's about empowering civil society and community to take action within the spheres in which it can influence positive change and build social cohesion and work collectively and collaboratively to do so. It recognises that combating anti-Semitism and hate and building social cohesion cannot exist in isolation, that one tactic or one arena is unlikely to be effective in solving for these complex problems. And so to answer your question, starting with the outer ring, in order to be effective in solving for these issues, we need to work collaboratively. We need to build capability through investment, collaboration, and so on in order to be effective.
I might then skip inside to one of the inner beige rings, domains. Can you explain what that ring is intended to signify?
Which one are you talking about?
The domains ring.
The domains ring. Yeah, so what this does is it carves up where broadly the evidence tells us anti-Semitism is presenting and can be targeted and reduced, and it carves the problem up into 4 domains, which we say are media, education, civil society, and government and its institutions. And then those domains are further subdivided. So for example, you can see digital and traditional media, school, tertiary and adult education, and so on. And by understanding how and where anti-Semitism presents within each of those domains, and by pulling together joint task forces or working groups to collaborate within each of those domains, we can better understand the problem and drive collective solutions to solve for it.
The next one I want to ask you about is the ring just inner to the blue ring, titled Strategic Tactics. Can you identify what each of those tactics are and how they are intended to interact with the domains that you've just identified?
I mentioned earlier when you asked the question about the 4 dimensions of anti-Semitism, incidence, discourse, sentiment and perception, that one method of solving the problem is insufficient because you have to tackle it at all levels. And this diagram really represents what I was saying earlier. It's to say that lawfare legislation enforcement is insufficient. It may solve for incidents at the pointy end, but in order to be effective, we need to start earlier. We need to build connection between different faith groups to improve tolerance and cohesion. We need to educate at an early age. I should also say that the Door Foundation is the guardian or the custodian of this framework, but we don't and we can't deliver all of it. This is about working in partnership across community, civil society, and government and community together in order to tackle these complex problems.
And this framework that we've been looking at, is that intended to target or address anti-Semitism as reflected in the 4 dimensions that we were discussing earlier?
Yeah, that's right.
And how has the Door Foundation's work on this framework and any strategies that it is looking at to implement it been guided by the research priorities that you've described in your witness statement?
It's guided entirely by research and data. It's no accident that in a ring talks about evidence, data and insights. That's the engine room. The entire work program, the solutions we seek to deliver, the campaigns we run, the education programs are all tied to good quality research and evidence, including in-market testing of those programs as they take place. To answer the question.
You've concluded your witness statement by saying this, taken together and consistent with the mosaic principle, the 4 dimensions reveal a picture of anti-Semitism in Australia that no single measure could produce alone. That reality warrants a response that extends beyond the capacity of the Jewish community to fund or deliver. Would you like to remark on that?
Yeah, the problems that I have described demonstrate a deep fracturing of our multicultural society. I've told you that attitudes are declining not only towards Jews, but belief in a fair, tolerant and multicultural Australia are also declining. That's not something that the Jewish community can or should solve for alone, and this commission, by nature of its very existence, recognises that. If we don't intervene decisively to tackle hateful actions, words, and inoculate against hateful attitudes, the trajectory is going to continue to spiral downwards, and that's something that needs to be done in partnership by government and community together, and as Australians we all share that obligation.
Thank you, Ms. Blicblau. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes. Can I ask you this, Ms. Blicblau? Looking at your most recent research, as I understand it, put very broadly, it is not that you found a concerning increase in people expressing overt anti-Jewish sentiments, but when you controlled by substituting the word Zionist for Jew, you did see that trend. Is that fair?
That's certainly the case with the earlier study. The more recent one is more blatant. So for example, the question was asked directly, and I have it here in front of me, I am just as open to having Jewish friends as I am to having friends from other sections of Australian society. Many strongly disagreed.
Going then to the earlier study, what I'm wondering is this. You say that in fact when you asked respondents, many didn't have a developed understanding of the idea of Zionism. Last week, a number of witnesses gave their account of Zionism, and if I could try and encapsulate it, it is the belief in the right of Jewish people to have a homeland in part of the ancestral lands in Palestine. But when one looks at the fact that you see spikes in anti-Semitism at times when there are troubles in the Middle East, relevantly for our discussion, most recently the hostilities between Israel following the attack on it by Hamas and Gaza, how do you distinguish in your research respondents who are expressing criticism of the conduct of the government of Israel from respondents who harbour some antipathy towards Jews?
The clearest distinction, the line that can't be crossed, is the point at which criticism against Israel becomes directed towards Jewish Australians.
I think I understand that. It's more a question of how, in a survey of the kind that that the Law Foundation has commissioned, one draws that distinction. you draw a conclusion that people are responding to a question framed by reference to Zionism on the basis that that's a proxy for being a Jew.
That's not exactly what the survey does. In fact, it does distinguish between those two subscales.
Yeah.
The conclusion that I'm forming on the basis of a compilation of different forms of evidence is that people, whether knowingly or otherwise, are creating that conflation within themselves, but the research does distinguish between them.
I see. Thank you. One further matter. Just looking at the high levels of anti-Semitic content online, does the Door Foundation engage at all with the E-Safety Commissioner?
We do so through partnerships, largely.
I see.
The Door Foundation is we're less than a year and a half old, and still forming those partnerships.
Thanks. Thank you very much. I take it. Is there anything to ask this witness? No. Very well. Yes, you are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I wondered if we might take the morning tea adjournment early before...
An early morning tea adjournment. Very well, Miss Phillips. Yes, the Commission will adjourn for 15 minutes.
Commissioner, before I introduce the next witness, could I just attend to some housekeeping from last week?
Yes.
We heard evidence from Karen and Judith Lewis of Lewis's Continental Kitchen
Yes.
last week. I'm now in a position to tender the statement of Karen Lewis, which had doc ID stat 8999.005.0001_R. That will be exhibit number 1-52.
Sorry, I just didn't catch exhibit number
1-52.
52, yes,
I'm told.
okay, yes. Thank you.
I now call Julie Nathan.
Yes.
Would you like to swear to vote or make an affirmation?
I'll do affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please
I
stand.
do.
Please have a seat. Could you please state your name?
Julie Nathan.
And you are currently the Research Director at the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, correct?
Yes.
And you've prepared a statement dated 6th of May 2026,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I tender that statement, Commissioner, which has doc ID stat.899.0055.0002_R.
Yes, exhibit 1.94.
And I tender the annexures to that statement, JN1 being stat 899.0055.0003.
Yes, that's exhibit 1.95.
Annexure JN2 stat.899.0055.0005.
Exhibit 1.96.
Annexure JN3 stat.899.0055.0006.
Exhibit 1.97.
Annexure JN4 stat.899.0055.0007.
Exhibit 1.98. Exhibit 1.98.
Annexure JN5 stat.899.0055.0008.
Exhibit 1.99.
Annexure JN6 stat.899.0055.0009.
Exhibit 1.100.
Annexure JN7 stat.899.0055.0010.
Exhibit 1.101.
Annexure JN8 stat.899.0055.0011.
Exhibit 1.102.
Annexure JN9 stat.899.0055.0018.
Exhibit 1.103.
Annexure JN10 stat.899.0055.0004.
Exhibit 1.104.
That completes the tender for now.
Thank you.
Ms Nathan, you've been the Research Director at the Executive Council of Australian Jewry since 2019, correct?
Yes.
And prior to that, you were a researcher with the ECAJ since 2010, correct?
Yes. Correct.
You have a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Queensland, which you obtained in 2010.
Yes.
And
Well, actually, I obtained the degree in 2009, but then I did an honours, which I obtained in 2010.
thank you for that clarification. You have also been a member of the World Jewish Congress Working Group on Countering Cyber Hate, correct?
Yes.
And its successor group, the WJC Communities Working Group on Online Hate. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
You've been the ECAJ's representative on the J7 Security and Extremism Working Group as well.
Yes. Yes.
And you've also been elected chair of the Antisemitism and Racism Committee of the International Council of Jewish Women. That was from June 2018 to April 2023.
Yes.
And you were also a member of the Australian Hate Crime Network from 2018 until 2021, correct?
Yes.
In 2013, you took on the work of authoring the ECAJ's annual Antisemitism report, is that right?
That's right. Yes.
But your predecessor had been authoring those reports since about 1990.
Yes. Correct.
in 2013, the report was mostly written by you, but your predecessor wrote one chapter. Is that right?
That's right. So I wrote everything except the incidents chapter.
But since that time, you've been the sole author of the anti-Semitism
Yes.
reports. And each annual report covers the year 1st of October to 30 September,
Yes.
and it's generally released in November each year.
Yes, generally, yes. Yes.
I want to ask you about the purpose of producing the annual anti-Semitism report. Could you describe the purpose in issuing it?
Well, the purpose is to provide documentation of anti-Semitism within Australia within a 12-month period, and so that's been ongoing since 1990. It allows politicians, the Jewish community, lawmakers, human rights groups, other people to see the anti-Semitism within the country, or the anti-Semitism that has been reported, so whether it's incidents or discourse. And then by having that documentation, it means then that gives people who are in positions of influence or power to be able to use that as a resource for in policies or laws or whatever, wherever it may be useful or needed.
Thank you. And you've referred to both incidents and discourse. Could you explain what you mean by those two different concepts?
Incidents, generally I say incidents are what are done to Jews, and discourse is what is said about Jews. But I mean, that's kind of a general thing. So often incidents will be things that are occurring on the streets. So let's say verbal abuse, physical assault, vandalism, graffiti, those types of things. Whereas discourse will generally be what perhaps is written up in a newspaper, or what you see on TV, or online. Those kinds of things.
In 2024 and 2025, you issued a report covering incidents only.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because of the massive amount of anti-Semitism incidents and discourse that occurred after the 7th of October 2023 attack in Israel, so there was just so much there. I didn't have time to kind of do the incidents and the discourse. So I decided that we needed to have the data out there, and so I decided just to do a incident-only report. So I focused on numbering and collecting all the incidents, doing the tables and the stats for that, and then I included a sample of incidents. And did that both for the 2024 incident report and the 2025 incident report.
But then in 2024, you followed it up with a more fulsome report.
Yes.
Dealing with both incidents and discourse, correct?
Yes, so I still did the normal report, which has incidents and normally the full list of incidents, and most of the chapters on discourse. So the normal report was followed up. It was about a year late because it took so much to write, too long to write. And so that one has been released, the 2024 full report. The 2025 full report is still a long way off from I have no idea when that's going to be completed. There's just still so much, so many incidents and so much other discourse as well to add in and make a report out of it.
I understand. I want to ask you now about your process for preparing the reports, and first of all, how you go about collecting the data that's contained therein. You collect the data in your report from multiple different sources, correct?
Yes.
And could you describe those sources for us?
Generally, so it depends whether you're talking about incidents or discourse. So, for example, incidents will come, roughly about 40 to 50% of incidents will come from the CSGs. There are 4 CSGs, community security groups in Australia. They collect all the incidents and they send them to me each October. So then those incidents can go into the report. Also get state Jewish representative bodies, such as the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies. They collect incidents, people report to them, and then they send those incidents on to me, normally as they occur, and so does the Queensland Jewish Board of Deputies. Often send them on as they occur. The South Australian Jewish Body, it has a website, a portal, which I have access to, so I can access their incidents as they come. The other states tend to probably direct their incidents to the CSG. But basically all incidents will end up with me from the CSGs, from the state bodies. And often many incidents I will come across in the media. So for example, the incident down at the netball courts in Maroubra. So I first saw that on Facebook, and then later on it's in the media that this incident occurred, and then police have put out that they've arrested the woman. So there's an incident that, no one actually reported to me, but I, see it.
So do you try to monitor the media yourself to pick up
I do,
incidents?
yes, because it's important to be able to collect as many incidents as are occurring.
Do you do that on a daily basis? Or?
On a daily basis, yes. So generally each morning I'll look at, I have a program so that I'm actually able to access articles that have certain keywords in them. But also often, let's say if you're on social media, people post a lot of articles from the media, so and I'll have my social media set up so that I follow particular people and I know they're posting articles, and so then I can follow that up. So no, that's a major source of not only just incidents but also discourse of things that are happening in the arts sector or in schools and universities and the workplaces. So
and does the ECAJ also from time to time receive direct reports from individuals who are affected by incidents?
Yes, so I will, before we set up the reporting hub, so people, and even now, they still do either report directly to Peter Wertheim, the CEO, because he has the address. Other times people will report directly to me because my email address is out there for people to report to. So anything that comes to Peter, he sends straight on to me, and so we get quite a few reports like that. And then we have the reporting hub, which is only kind of got going last year, and my assistant takes care of that, and so when there's incidents on that, she sends them to me and I document them.
The reporting hub, is that something that's available online on ECAJ's website?
Yeah, so the Antisemitism Reporting Hub is on the ECAJ website, on the front page, home page, so that people can report, and it'll have a drop-down boxes, the type of incident you're reporting and when it happened and where and any other information, and their contact details. So if we need to contact them, we can email them or phone them or whatever.
And that hub that was set up in 2024 but was not operational until 2025, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Do you personally review all the data that you receive before it goes into the report?
Oh, the anti-Semitism report?
Yes.
Oh yes, that's me, yes.
So
everything that goes in there, because I've basically collected it all and write it all, so everything that's in the anti-Semitism report is,
something that you personally have reviewed?
Yes.
And I now want to ask you about how you go about determining whether a reported event is anti-Semitic or not, and you deal with this in your statement from paragraph 38. Is it you who decides whether a reported event is anti-Semitic or not?
Yes, it's me. So
and you personally review all the reported events to make that determination, correct?
Yes.
And in making that determination, what definition of anti-Semitism do you apply?
Well, we do use the IRA definition as a guide. Its examples provide, some good guidance on distinguishing between something that's anti-Semitic and not anti-Semitic. There's also the National Inquiry into Racist Violence from 1991, which has certain examples of types of things that are racist, of violence. So there is that also as a background. So and because I've had all the reports from Jeremy Jones, who was the previous author of the reports before me, so I know the types of incidents that were happening, of what's anti-Semitic or not.
And can I ask you this? Do you treat all criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic or not?
No. Probably most criticism of Israel, even though a lot of it is incredibly offensive, we don't treat as anti-Semitic. So I have very strict guidelines to determine when something that's anti-Israel is anti-Semitic. So, for example, if it uses older anti-Jewish tropes, such as the blood libel, or Jews are satanic, they might say Israel's satanic. So then that kind of feeds into that. If they use Nazi analogies, such as Israel is now the new Nazi Germany, and acting like, the Nazis treated the Jews. So a lot of that, or if they're saying that Israel, as the state of the Jewish people, should be destroyed. So I consider that anti-Semitic. So it's fairly strict guidelines, and it's fairly simple in most cases to decide. I mean, there are other things, such as, for example, Israel, the accusation that Israel is committing genocide. Now, that may be in graffiti, online, in posters and placards or wherever. So even though that in itself is a lie, because Israel is not committing genocide, I don't actually count that as anti-Semitic. I mean, I'm not looking at what's in their hearts for why they would say that. I'm just looking at what the actual wording is and the context of that wording.
And do you adopt the same approach for what might be described as pro-Palestinian material? That is, you don't count it as anti-Semitic unless it includes those anti-Jewish themes that you've outlined.
No, we don't count anything pro-Palestinian as anti-Jewish unless, for example, if there's a Free Palestine sticker and it's stuck on a synagogue or outside a Jewish school. So those, if they're using pro-Palestine material to target Jews, that in itself then becomes anti-Semitic. So then those particular stickers will be anti-Semitic because of where they've been placed, or the graffiti, or the... So we're very, we have these guidelines, very careful to stick with them.
And does the same apply to anti-Israel material? That is, you might have anti-Israel material that does not in itself contain anti-Jewish sentiment, but the context in which that material is deployed might indicate that it's anti-Semitic. Is that your approach?
Yeah, and context is important. So, you can have... I mean, look, Israel is a state like any other state, and just as we in Australia are free to criticise our government, our country, and everyone should have the right to criticise any government or any country in the world, and so we accept that. And even though people may lie about things or may use offensive language, so we accept that as being, political discourse or political language. It's only when it crosses the line into anti-Semitism that's when we will count it as anti-Semitic.
You say at paragraph 41 of your statement that when anti-Israel or pro-Palestinian material is not inherently anti-Jewish, but is used to target individual Jews, Jewish venues or Jewish residential areas, you characterise those as anti-Semitic because it's being used to target Jews rather than engage in a critique of Israeli politics. Is that the approach you've just been describing?
Yes, that's what I've just been explaining, yes.
Right. So can I take you just to a couple of examples, and you have given some already. Going back to the examples in paragraph 40 of your statement, this is where you give some examples of of material that is might be described as anti-Israel, but has been included in the Antisemitism Report 2024. And I don't propose to read out the names or handles of those who've posted this information, but can I just ask you about subparagraph E of paragraph 40? So there, I might just read that out. It says, I wholeheartedly support the Palestinian cause. Israel is no better than the Nazis of World War II. I've seen pictures of what they're doing that compare with what they went through. Could you just describe why you've included that as an example of anti-Semitic material?
Because that's Nazi analogy. So when Israel is compared to the Nazis, and we know the Nazis planned a genocide of the Jewish people, and they, in that process, they murdered 6 million Jews, rounded them up, murdered them. So and Israel, even when there's war, and Israel has been involved in several military conflicts over the last 78 years, there's nothing that has occurred that is like what the Nazis have done to the Jews. So, and that's what I said. So one of the things, if there's a Nazi analogy of Israel to the Nazis, then that's anti-Semitic, because it is not only is it incorrect, but it's also offensive. And I mean, if you look at it, so no other country in the world is compared to Nazi Germany, only Israel. And so in a way, it's, they're saying it because they know that will also hurt Jews, that we're incredibly offended by that.
Could I also ask you about paragraph G, and again, without any need to identify the poster, but it says, Australia is seeing firsthand the influence of the Jewish lobby on our politicians and the media. Our vote together is stronger than Zionist money. From some people's perspective, that might be characterised as simply anti-Israel, but why have you decided to include it in the Antisemitism report?
Well, the first part of that is you can criticise the Jewish lobby, and often the Jewish community, out of all the ethnic communities in Australia, is often referred to as a lobby. But the main part is the second one, talking about Zionist money. And so it goes back to the stereotype of Jews and money, and Jews using money to influence or to have power, to influence governments to do things, and influence politicians and media. So this one at G is very much more on the older stereotypes of Jews, of the still current stereotypes of Jews and money, but just sort of a much older one. So it's not even really talking about the fact that they've got Jewish in the first sentence, but then Zionist in the second, shows also that there is an overlap between the two of them, how these people see them.
And can I ask you about some of the examples in paragraph 42?
Mm-hmm.
So these are examples of stickers or posters, and in particular paragraph F, you've identified in the Antisemitism Report 2024 an instance of stickers of Free Palestine being stuck onto 2 soccer balls which were kicked over the fence into the property of a Jewish community facility. Why have you chosen to include that one as anti-Semitic?
Well, firstly, stickers of Free Palestine are not anti-Semitic, and people are free to put those stickers up anywhere they like. However, by putting them onto soccer balls and then kicking the balls over into a Jewish facility, they are targeting the Jewish community of that, and so that's why that's anti-Semitic, by targeting Jews for something to do with what's happening overseas.
And so I take it if you were to witness a banner saying Free Palestine held up outside Parliament House, you would not regard that
as anti-Semitic. No.
And then could I ask you about paragraph J, stickers of anti-Israel types placed on 3 Jewish community venues, including the Holocaust Museum in Melbourne. Why did you include that as anti-Semitic?
Here again, it's because you can have anti-Israel stickers, and that's fine. I mean, depending what they say. but just normal anti-Israel stickers. But the fact that they have been placed on Jewish community venues means that they are targeting Jews with anti-Israel material. So the very fact of targeting Jews, if those stickers were put elsewhere, not on a Jewish venue or near a Jewish school or something, that's not a problem. The fact that they have been placed on Jewish venues, so that is why they are counted as incidents and why they occur in the anti-Semitism report as incidents.
In paragraph 43, you describe what you do if you're in doubt about whether an incident is anti-Semitic or not. Could you just describe for us now what you do in that scenario?
Sometimes when I receive incidents or I find incidents, I don't have enough information about the details that I might require. Other times we may have enough information, such as example in 43, but we don't know the motivation. So for example in this 43, so there was the famous case of a brother and sister in Melbourne, ultra-Orthodox Jews, dressed in appropriate clothing, waiting outside the gate of their home. A man came past, walked back, stabbed the woman in the neck, beat the guy in the head. They were taken to hospital. Now the perpetrator said nothing at all. So we don't know his motivation. And then so I'm trying to find out, is this motivated by anti-Semitism? Is this just an incident or is it anti-Semitic? Because just because Jews have been physically assaulted does not mean that it's anti-Semitic. So you've got to look at the motivation. So by the time that I did the 2018 report, I still had no further knowledge because the perpetrator was not caught. So we didn't include it in the 2018 report. And I had been in contact with CSG in Victoria to find out, and they said, look, we still don't know, police don't know. As it turned out, within the following year, New South Wales Victoria Police had arrested the guy, found out that yes, it was anti-Semitically motivated. So then, so that we don't lose that incident, I have a section in the anti-Semitism report in Chapter 2 incidents that's called incidents omitted from the previous year's report. So it goes in there as a omitted incident to keep up documentation, but it is not counted in any incident tally. And quite a few of those, even incidents that might come in later after the report's been done, I will put them in the following year's report, but they're not counted in any tally.
I understand. There are 6 subcategories of incident that you adopt in the anti-Semitism reports, correct?
Yes.
The first is physical assault.
Yes.
The second is vandalism. And does that include malicious damage to property such as cars, buildings and infrastructure?
Yes.
The next category is verbal abuse, harassment and intimidation,
yes.
Correct? But am I right in thinking you don't include mere discrimination on the basis of perceived Jewishness? It has to rise to what you call abuse, harassment or intimidation?
Yeah, I mean, discrimination is a really hard one to determine, because in most cases of discrimination, you don't know why you have been discriminated against. Very few people actually say, I'm not going to give you the job because you're Jews, because I don't like Jews. They're not going to say that. You just don't get the job and you don't know why, right? So no, discrimination doesn't really occur unless there has been something that will indicate, yes, there was, the discrimination was due to anti-Semitism. And then often a few of those I will go into the verbal abuse, because harassment, intimidation, it'll go into that category, because there's only the 6 categories, and so sometimes odd types of incidents need to be placed in somewhere.
Right. The next category is what you describe as hate messages, which can be via email, the post or telephone, correct?
Yes.
The next category is graffiti, Is that right?
Yes.
And finally, materials such as banners, flags, leaflets, posters and stickers. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And then for each year, you do a tally of those incidents,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And I'll come back to ask you about that tally in more detail shortly.
Mm-hmm.
As for what you describe as discourse, that covers, does it, public discourse in mainstream media and other media,
Yes. Yes.
as print and online publications,
Yes. Online. Yes.
discussions at public forums,
Yes. Yes.
and also on social media?
Social media. Yes. So they're all in discourse.
And the examples that you include in the discourse section of the report are not counted as part of the incident tally. Is that
No,
right?
they're two very separate things: incidents and discourse. So they're very separate.
I understand. At paragraph 54 of your statement, you say you don't generally count anti-Semitic posts or publications online as incidents. Could you just explain to us why you don't do that?
Well, if there are publications online or social media, social media has just grown over the last decades. You wouldn't be able to count the number of anti-Semitic or any types of social media postings or commentary because there are so many. So it's uncountable. It's like trying to count the stars. And even if you could count them, it would skew the numbers. If we counted them and put them into incidents, it would skew the numbers so that then the largest category for anti-Semitic incidents would be online comments. Now, what someone says online, it's like, it's not in the same category of being facing verbal abuse or seeing graffiti that someone has gone out and done something. I mean, so we don't count that.
But you do seek to cover it as part of the discourse.
We
chapter
cover it in
the report.
discourse, yes, because a lot of things nowadays are online, whether it's media articles or look, even Parliament's online. This is online. And so they all become part of discourse. So we try and capture all the anti-Semitism that there is in Australia. If it's not an incident, then it can go into the discourse section.
You do include two exceptions to this approach you've outlined from paragraph 58. Could you just talk us through those two exceptions?
Yes, so we do include basically two types of online items. So, for example, emails. We include emails as an incident because they're similar to if you're getting a letter in the letterbox, right? And then also direct messaging on social media. So something that someone has directly messaged that's private to a particular person, if that contains anti-Jewish hate, then that also is similar to an email. So we count those two online types of messaging as incidents.
And the second exception you've outlined is where an online post or publication contains a direct threat. Can you just explain that?
Yeah, so on the occasion when there may be a post or a comment online that is either generally calling for the killing of Jews or a direct death threat to a particular Jewish individual, then we will count that as an incident because of the seriousness of that. I mean, we don't get too many of those, or I don't have too many of those in the incident section, because here again it's either got to be reported to me or I've got to come across it.
Could I ask you then about the incident tally? And I want to do that by reference to the 2025 incident report, which is not an annexure to your statement, but you should have a copy there.
Yes, I do.
With you. And for the record, that's ECA.0001.0001.001 0, and the incident tally, that should appear as a standalone document in front of you, Commissioner,
Thank you.
separate to the folder you have there. So on page 5 of that document, you have the incident tally. Can I just seek to understand that a little more? So first of all, you've got along the top row there the different 6 categories that you identified earlier, ranging
Yes.
from physical assault to posters and stickers. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And then you have the years going all the way back to 2013. For 2023, let's take the physical assault column as an example. There were 11
Yes.
physical assaults that year. And then you have the numbers for each category, and the total at the end is 495,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, correct.
And then you compare that to 2024, physical assaults rise to 65, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. And then the total at the end across all 6 categories of incidents was 2,062, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And that represents from 2023 to 2024 about a 316% increase, is
Yes,
that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And then if one looks at the 2025 row, you see 24 for physical assaults, correct?
Yes.
And then the total at the end across all 6 categories was 1,654, correct?
Yes.
And then the top row shows the percentage change between 2024 and 2025. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, the negative 19.7% figure shows the percentage decrease from the 2,062 total to the 1,654
Correct, yes,
total. Okay. So could I just understand how this counting works? So say, for example, if a person throws eggs at an identifiably Jewish person, that would count as a physical assault,
Physical
would it?
assault. Yes.
And that counts as one incident
One
in
incident.
the tally?
Yes.
But if, for example, a person threw eggs at 5 identifiably Jewish people, would you still count that as one incident?
If it occurs at the same time, yes, that's one incident,
All right.
regardless of the number of people who have been egged.
Yes. And so can you explain why you adopt that approach, that is not accounting for the number of victims in a given incident?
So, for example, it's just the way we've done it. So that's the actual incident. If, for example, that same person or someone else went 2 blocks up the street and egged different people at a different time, that's another incident. So, for example, when the Bondi massacre occurred, and I wasn't quite sure because it was incredibly serious, so I contacted CSG. It's like, how are we counting this, And they said it's one incident. So 15 murders, 40 odd shooting injuries, it's one incident.
I understand. So looking at this table then, if you see the assaults went from 65 in 2024 to 24 in 2025. Is it fair to say then that before drawing any conclusions as to the impact of anti-Semitic assaults in 2024 compared to 2025, it'd be important to understand the nature of the individual incidents that make up those totals?
Yes. So even just looking at the table here, so you can see by going across the numbers for each category of the incidents, sort of physical assault versus graffiti. But also within the actual report itself, not in this incident-only report, but in the full reports, basically all of the incidents are written up there. So people who are actually interested in having a look at anti-Semitic incidents in Australia and to understanding, what's actually happening. So all of the incidents are written. They might take about 2 or 3 lines, but it's all there, open to the public to see, and then the reader can gauge, what levels and what it's at, what's happening.
Is it your intention that this tally should be read together with the description of the actual incidents included in the report?
If you want to know further, so it depends what you want to know, right? So, for example, journalists only want to know one number, or 2 numbers, sorry. They want to know the number, the final tally, and the percentage change, right? But then, say students of a university or other people who are interested in hate incidents, they will look much deeper into the types of the categories, how many graffiti there were in this particular 12-month period, and then they might look at the pages and pages, because I think the 2024 report had something like 100 pages of incidents, just to write them up in 2 or 3 lines, and then I also include another probably 50 odd pages of images of those incidents, the images that have the incidents that have images, such as graffiti in particular, placards. There's some types of incidents you don't get images, but images are very powerful because then you can actually see this is what it was.
I understand. And can I ask this, in terms of this incident tally, do you give any weighting to how serious the incident was?
No, we don't weight incidents at all, and I don't know of any other organisation in Australia or overseas that weight incidents. So basically every incident has a value of 1, and if you want to look at how serious, out of the 1654 incidents over the past 12 months, if you want to look at how serious those incidents are, then you'd need to look at the chart here, and then look at the actual report itself to read through the incidents.
And so, just by way of illustration, if you take vandalism, for example, if a perpetrator were to break a car window and there was evidence it was anti-Semitic, that's counted as 1 incident,
yes,
correct?
Yes.
But likewise, if a perpetrator firebombs a synagogue,
it's also
that's
1
also
incident.
counted as 1.
Yes,
I
yes.
understand.
I mean, there is no other way around it. It's what everyone uses, and it also means that if every incident has 1 value, then it's much easier to be looking at other reports of other types of incidents against other communities or in other countries.
I don't think any criticism of your methodology is implied by Ms. Hager's question. We're just seeking to understand.
Yes, no, I understand that, yes.
Can I now ask you about the process of fact-checking that you undertake, which you address from about paragraph 64 of your statement. Before you include an incident in the report, what sort of information do you generally collect about the event?
Well, I want to know what happened, where it happened, the date, if there was a perpetrator, and anything about the victim, anything about the perpetrator. Not all incidents will have the same thing. So, for example, graffiti may not have a victim because it's a generic type of thing. So I try and collect as much information as I can about the incident, and what I actually write up in the report will only be the bare basics, because we don't need to put in a whole lot of the other information. It is there, if it's required for some reason. So it's, generally we'd just like to get as much information as I can about the incident.
And do you from time to time go back to the person who reported the event to check details?
Yes, I actually did that recently. Someone from about 6 months ago reported something, and I was going through some incidents, and it's like, hang on, I haven't got one particular detail. So I contacted the person, and what's this detail? So I obtained the information that I needed. So,
and what about if you see an incident reported in the media? How do you go about confirming the details?
Well, in the past I have contacted some journalists. Can you provide, for example, an unpixelated image of the incident, of the graffiti, for example? But journalists are not that forthcoming with giving me information, so I can't recall any journalists responding. But often within the media, so it's interesting because even the different types of newspapers we have, so I might collect, let's say, 5 different articles from 5 different newspapers on one particular incident, and so they'll all have different information in there, and so you'll end up with all the information that you need, basically.
And I think you said if it's something like visual, like graffiti, you generally try to obtain photographic evidence.
Yes.
Of that.
Yes, and often the earlier you do it from the media, the better, because later on they'll tend to pixelate it, because they'll pixelate swastikas. I've even seen the word Jewish in graffiti pixelated, but yeah, they have their ways.
And if you receive a report from, say, CSG or a Jewish state body, as you've outlined, do you independently fact check that report yourself, or do you rely on their processes?
No, because I know that they fact check them themselves, and also reports that I receive from CSGs or from the state bodies, if there is something in there that I want to clarify or it's not quite clear. So for example, one time CSG had an incident and it had 2 addresses, and it's like, well, is this 1 or 2 incidents? And they said, no, the both addresses are in there just for a geolocation. And it's right, so okay, so it was one incident, but yes, so I do question them quite a lot to obtain the, because I'm not there on the spot and I'm not writing up the incident, so so I do use a lot of questioning to clarify the incident, so I actually understand what it was and have all the correct information.
You say that you've obtained reports of incidents from multiple sources, sometimes from CSG, sometimes a direct report. Is there any risk of double counting incidents, and how do you guard against that risk?
Yes, so I'm well aware of that risk, and so basically there will be the incidents from CSGs and then all the other incidents that have come into me that I've checked. And so when I'm going through each incident for the final tally, I will double check and triple check to ensure that each incident is only counted once. And sometimes you may have a day or 2 out of the date. So you've really got to be onto it of, is this the same incident? And therefore I might end up, querying, the CSG or the state body or somewhere where I got it from for more information. But no, it's incredibly important that incidents are not doubled up.
In your statement, you go on to address the topic of underreporting. Based on your experience, do you have a view about whether there is underreporting of anti-Semitic incidents, and why do you hold that view?
Generally, yes, so there is massive underreporting. I can go on one of the Gen 17 surveys done, when was that, in 2017, I guess. For example, they had, 43, I think it's written in here, there was something like 43 physical attacks that were reported to them for their survey, and yet in that same 12-month period, the ECAJ report only had 12 incidents. So there's clearly a lot that we are missing. I also know, just in talking to people in the Jewish community, it's like they'll say such and such happened to me, and it's like, did you report it? And they say no, and it's like, well, you need to report it if because it's important to report incidents. So I know a lot of incidents aren't reported, and it's not just in the Jewish community, it's other communities as well, and it's also in communities overseas. So for example, there's studies that for example in France, very few French Jews no longer bother to report incidents, even if they're physical assault, because it is just so common over there.
Is that one of the studies you've referred to in your statement?
Not specifically, so I referred to the European Union one, the FRA, and one by an article this year. So, but I know, like years ago, something I'd seen in media or something about in the French situation.
Can you remember approximately when that was, when you read about that French study?
It probably would have been, because you've had a whole series of murders of Jews over the last sort of 20 years in France. So it may have been about 2012, 2015, something like that.
Thank you. From paragraph 91, you go on to make some observations about changes in anti-Semitism over time, and in particular at paragraph 95 you mention some new forms of anti-Semitic incidents that you observed since October 7 that you'd not previously encountered. Could you just describe those for us?
Yeah, so we had a lot of, because October 7, and even on that night of October 7 here in Australia, while the murders are still going on, planning their protest on the 9th of October, so for 2 days later. So clearly people were organising to protest Israel, to celebrate the murders, the massacres in Israel. And so some of those incidents included convoys, so lots of cars coming from the western suburbs, driving through the eastern suburbs, which is known that many Jewish residents live in the eastern suburbs, with Palestinian flags, and yelling out, F the Jews, as they're driving around. We also had quite a few arson attacks. So even though we've had arson attacks before in Australia in the early 1990s against 5 synagogues in Sydney, having the arson attacks again now at the Lewis's Continental Kitchen, Adass Synagogue, so all of these, and attempted arson attacks, even Newtown Shore Synagogue, there was an attempted arson there as well. So they're all new incidents. So what we're getting is, apart from the normal incidents that we've had for the last, 20 years, now we're getting much more brazen, and much more confident coming out and not ashamed or worried about being considered anti-Semitic or, being, inciting violence against Jews.
And going back to the example of the pro-Palestinian protests you just mentioned, again, you're not suggesting that a pro-Palestinian protest in and of itself is necessarily anti-Semitic. It was the conduct of particular individuals in that particular protest.
Yeah, no,
that was anti-Semitic.
The protest itself is not anti-Semitic. People are allowed to protest for all sorts of reasons in this country, and that's what makes us a great democracy. But what happens is, at some of those protests, or at many of the pro-Palestine, anti-Israel protests, there are elements within that of people. There are also some of the speeches, some of the chants, some of the placards, and that's the anti-Semitic element within the protest. So it's not the protests themselves.
I understand. You conclude your statement by making some observations of how anti-Semitism has manifested in response to the work of the ECAJ, including your own work.
Mm-hmm.
At paragraph 121, you noted that the reaction of what you describe as some neo-Nazis to the publication of the anti-Semitism report from time to time. Could you just describe what you've observed in that regard?
Yeah, so it's interesting because on extremist sites such as Gab or Telegram, where a lot of the extremists, gather and have accounts, and because they're platforms where free speech is allowed, you can say anything you like. And so often, they will know when the anti-Semitism report is coming out, so they watch it for years. End of November, the report's coming out. One year they complained because it was late, a couple of weeks late. But often it's like they'll go through it and they will screenshot and they will make fun of it, and some will say, look at those numbers, let's get them up. We're doing well, boys, but let's keep the momentum going. And I mean, it's not really a surprise that they, that's what they hate Jews, so it's not a surprise that they would be thinking and saying those kinds of things.
And you've also observed that there have been some caricatures of you posted
yes.
online as well.
Yes.
Do you mind if I just take you to an example of one of those? At the top of page 26 of your report.
Yes.
And I might just ask that be brought up on screen, please. Are you comfortable if I bring it up on screen? All right.
It's on the internet. It's like.
All right. And I might just ask the operator to zoom in on the top half of that page. And could you show that on the live stream as well, please? Can I just ask you how you feel seeing this? Well, first of all, can I ask, how did this come to your attention?
Because I monitor these pages
Right.
on Gab and Telegram, so I'll know the types of people. The other thing is they're all Australian citizens. They're all Australians or living here in Australia. So if I come across an account that I'm not sure, is it English or American, so I don't do it. So these are also. So I'm looking at this guy's account, and I see this. And
Sorry, could I just ask that be taken down now? Thank you. Please continue.
And so it's very much a sexualization. So you have what you call the merchant or the shlomo. So you have this Jewish caricature, and so this is the feminine version of it with the long curly hair.
And can I ask, is that the hand
and the
wringing?
hands
Is that
and the
characteristic of that
meme?
you mentioned?
Yes.
Right.
And the long fingernails. So basically, it's the feminine version of that. So then they've superimposed my face on it, and then added lipstick and eyeshadow to sexualize. And then if you look at the words, Jewry simply desires to be filled with Aryan seed. She obsessed and considering taking out a restraining order against her. So it's very sexualized, and it was horrifying to see this, but then on the other hand, because I'm also the researcher, it's like, pull yourself together and capture it, you've got to capture this,
Then can I ask you about the one at the top of page 27, and I won't ask that this be put on the live stream, and it doesn't need to be brought up on the monitor, thank you. We'll just look at it in hard copy. That is an image that says, congratulations, Executive, and at the bottom, 2019 Executive Council of Australian Jewry. And someone's posted next to that image, thanks ECAJ, very cool, we promise to make 2020 even better. Where did you come across this? Was that on the Gab website as well?
Yeah, so that's on the Gab website as well, and one of the accounts that I have monitored over the years.
And so what's your interpretation of this image?
Well, we just put out the 2019 Antisemitism report, And so they're very excited. They want the numbers to go up. They want to get more anti-Semitism. They do this image here, so you can see in the stereotypical Jew down the bottom there in the black, and so that was the one that's used to do the image of me. So that's the Shrummer or the merchant meme.
And that's the
yes, that one.
image.
Yes. So the scheming Jew with the big nose and the rotten teeth and the whatever else. And then it's interesting because the characters dancing up top, I can actually name most of them, because they're actually characters or people or accounts on Gab, and that's the avatars that they use. Or using at that time. So someone's put this together, and so we know that the anti-Semitism report, and as important as it is to put the anti-Semitism report together and make it public, I am aware that there are types of people who take great joy in the numbers of incidents, great joy in the anti-Semitism, and that's the way they are, and they're the people that we're dealing with at times.
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
I've just got a couple.
Yes.
You also say, Ms. Nathan, that on occasions you're aware that your reports are criticised on the basis that, quote, Zionist groups are falsifying anti-Semitism statistics.
Yes.
In response to that, is it the case that the reports that you prepare set out brief details of each incident
Yes.
that is reported to the Executive Council?
Yes. Yes.
And wherever it's a question of graffiti and someone has gone to the trouble to take a photograph, that's included.
Yes.
So that if a person is to say the Executive Council is falsifying anti-Semitism statistics, the short answer is go and read the report, and the report is available online on the Executive Council's website.
Yes. Yeah.
And to the extent that there might be a grey area where where there's graffiti about Zionism, and some might argue, oh, well, that's not anti-Semitic, and others might say, yes, it is. Well, the critic can look and judge for him or herself.
Exactly. Yes.
Yes.
And that's the point of putting in the incidents. I mean, in the report, so we try to be as transparent as we can, and there'll be explanations in the incidents chapter before the list of incidents, explaining what we count and why something's anti-Semitic and whatever. But even in some of these articles, for example, the one that you just cited, so they omitted the fact that the graffiti that they were complaining about, they omitted that it was on a synagogue. So I mean, that graffiti by itself, it wouldn't have been counted as anti-Semitic, but the fact that it was on a synagogue, which they omitted to say in the article to condemn the ECAJ report, and then they had a few other incidents, sort of items in there, and it's like I look through and it's like, so their criticisms are rather pathetic, actually.
And you told us that you've been a researcher initially with the Council before being in your present position. Since 2010, have you been responsible for the preparation of these reports?
Since 2013. So I was employed as a researcher.
Yes.
And just the titles changed, and so, but basically from 2013 I took on the anti-Semitism reports, writing them, researching, documenting and writing them. Look, I even do the put in the images and the formatting and everything. It's all done by me.
Right.
Yes. So since 2013. And I'm continue doing the same. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence. You are excused.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, that 2025 incident report that I referred to, I won't tender at this stage. It'll be tendered at a later time as part of a
Yes.
broader
Very well.
documentary tender. Commissioner, the next witnesses have been allocated pseudonyms ABB, ABD and ABE, and I call them now. Please come forward
Yes.
to the witness box. And they will be giving evidence together. And
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say it.
I do.
I do.
I do. Thank you, and I confirm that their images are not to be shown on the live stream.
Yes.
Now, hopefully you have a note in front of you with your pseudonym recorded. All right, and if it's okay by you, I'll refer to you by that pseudonym, but I might also use the term mum, dad and son just to help you understand who I'm directing the question to. Is that all right?
Absolutely.
All right, so first of all, son, ABV, you've prepared a statement dated 2nd of May 2026, correct?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of that statement there in front of you?
Yeah.
Just speak
yeah,
up for
yes.
the transcript. Thank you. And is it still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I tender that statement, which has the ID stat 899.0049.0054_R.
Yes, that will be received as Exhibit 1.105.
And ABD, Mum, you've prepared a statement which is dated the 4th of May 2026, correct?
Correct.
You have a copy of that statement there with you?
Yes, I do.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I tender that statement of ABD's stat 899.0051.0016_R.
Yes, that will be Exhibit 1.106.
And Dad, ABE, you have prepared a statement dated 2nd of May 2026, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you have that statement there with you?
I do.
Is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I tender that statement of ABE's stat 899.0049.0055_R.
Yes, that's Exhibit 1.107.
If I could start with you, Mum, ABD. You live with your husband, ABE, and son, ABB, in Perth, correct?
Correct.
And you grew up in the former Yugoslavia, is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes, that's correct.
You were born and raised in Belgrade, which is now the capital of Serbia.
Correct.
And you did not grow up Jewish.
No.
Your mother was a Croatian Catholic and your father was Serbian Orthodox, is that right?
Correct.
And you say that both sides of your family genuinely believed in Yugoslavia and the idea of tolerance, coexistence, collaboration and respect, is that right?
Correct.
You later lived through the breakup of Yugoslavia, correct?
Correct.
And also the formation of Slobodan Milosevic's regime, is that right?
That's correct.
And the bombing of that area by NATO, is that right?
That's right.
You in fact, participated in protests against Slobodan Milosevic when you were younger. Is that
On
right?
6 different occasions.
On 6 different occasions. And later you became a case officer for the Australian Department of Immigration, assessing refugee applicants from the former Yugoslavia to Australia out of embassies in Belgrade, Bonn and later Beirut. Is that
Correct.
right? After the collapse of the former Yugoslavia, you decided you wanted to move to a country with a what you describe as strong democracy and religious freedoms. Is that
That's
right?
right.
And in 2000 you migrated to Australia
Correct.
and met your husband, ABE,
Correct.
who is Jewish.
Yes.
And you ultimately decided to convert to Judaism, is that right?
That's right.
Can you just describe why you made that decision and what that process involved?
In 2016 and married with Jewish rights.
And I'll just confirm what we're addressing on the live stream, the name that you just mentioned.
Thank
so
you.
don't worry about it.
Thank you so much for
We're
that.
addressing that.
Yep.
All right. So once you converted, you married your husband with Jewish rights, as you describe it.
That's correct.
Okay, Dad, could I now ask you some questions? You've lived all your life in Perth,
Yes, I have.
and you grew up Jewish.
I grew up Jewish. Yes.
And you went to a Jewish school up to year 10. Is
That's
that right?
correct.
And while you say that while you're well versed in Jewish rituals, you don't observe them very closely now. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. So we were never particularly religious growing up, and I've sort of carried on with that tradition. So we do things on the main holidays, but we don't keep Shabbat. We're not particularly religious.
Right. ABB, son, now I want to ask you some questions. You're 15 years old, is that right?
Yes.
And you're currently in year 10 at a public high school in Perth,
Yes.
and you're also Jewish.
That's correct. Yes.
You had your bat mitzvah when you were 13 years old.
Yes.
And do you know of any other Jewish kids at your school? I'm not asking you to name anybody, of course, but do you know of any other children who are Jewish at school?
No, not that I know of. There could be some there, but I don't really know anyone.
Okay. And in your statement, you describe how you were bullied from the end of 2024, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you say first that was at school and then it continued online, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was on the video game called Minecraft.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, what is Minecraft?
Minecraft is an online game where you can invite your friends to play with you across anywhere in the world, and you can enjoy building and playing stuff with your friends and family.
So do you use blocks to create your own world, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you can, and this is really testing the limits of my knowledge, but you can play in what's called creative mode or survival mode. Have I got that right?
Yeah, creative mode is like you don't have any hearts or anything and you can't take damage, so you can get any block you want in the game, place it down. The survival mode is just like you have to get everything yourself by hand.
Okay. And so when you're in survival mode, do you collect resources and have to guard yourself against various sources of danger as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you can play as part of a team with other people?
Yes.
And you can also chat to other people while you're playing, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. There's a sort of a chat function.
It's a messaging app.
Okay. And does this display messages sent to you, or is this just something else?
It's directed at me in a group chat.
Okay. So the words disgusting Jew, you were part of this group chat and someone else said that towards you, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the next comment we see there, that was made by somebody else in the group chat and you understood that to be directed towards you?
Yeah.
And that last image there of a man appears to have his hand up. Can you just describe, was that like a moving image?
Yeah, it's a 3-second GIF of a man who's opening and closing his palm like a star, chanting Jew, Jew, Jew over and over again.
Okay.
Ms. Hager, is there any difficulty with recording the second statement directed to this young witness?
No, there's not. I can read that out
Yes.
in a moment. I have just been informed, Commissioner, that the live stream is not working at the present time. In those circumstances, would you prefer to adjourn briefly to resolve that situation?
Yes, I would. We'll just take a brief adjournment until that position can be rectified. My apologies for that.
Oh no.
Do go on, Miss Hager.
So I will just then, if it's all right, read out that second comment that we see at the top of page 4. So it says, rabid, filthy, rotten, gut-wrenching, grotesque, rabbi, yarmulke wearing, bank owning, iron doming, Hashem following Jew. That was directed by someone in the chat towards you.
Yes.
And can I ask, Hashem, is that the Hebrew for God?
Yes, that's correct.
And iron doming, do you know what that's a reference to?
No, I don't think so.
Do you think it might be a reference to Israel's Iron Dome system, which is a missile defence system they deploy?
Yes.
All right. Can I ask how you felt when you saw these messages being directed towards you?
Well, it made my stomach turn upside down and I really just had to step away from my computer for a little bit. And then when I came back, I think I just closed and logged off for the day.
All right. And then the box that we see at the bottom of page 4, is this part of the chat function in Minecraft?
Yes.
All right. So we see a comment there that says, well, I'll just read it from the start. It says, boy was slain by blank, unlucky mate, JS gonna burn it. Another person says, unlucky mate. Another person says, unlucky mate. Then someone says, same Jew who drowned, BTW. Someone says, when. Another person says, like 4 times. Someone says, filthy, which should probably be filthy, penny sniffer. You were part of this chat, is that right?
Yes.
And did you understand those comments, same Jew who drowned, BTW, and filthy penny sniffer, to be directed towards you?
Yeah.
And how did you feel reading those comments from these people?
I just felt annoyed because I didn't drown.
You didn't actually drown?
No.
Oh, okay. And were these your school friends making these comments?
I wouldn't really call them school friends. I just say there were people in the server from school.
From school?
Yeah.
Okay. But you know those people from school?
Yes, I do.
And do they know you're Jewish?
Yeah.
Okay. And then on the next page, page 5, that top black box there, what is that showing us? What chat platform is that from?
That's also from Discord. It was
from Discord?
Yeah, it was saying, one of the people were putting that as if because I told them my dad was watching, and so they wanted to cover it up with a blanket by putting Israel, an Israel flag emoji with a heart next to it, to seem as if it was them loving it instead of hating it, I think.
Right.
It's ironic.
Yeah.
And then it says, I think what's meant to say, please give me a 0% interest loan. Did you understand that to be directed towards you?
Yes.
And how did you feel reading that?
I just didn't really react much to it. I just ignored it, I think.
Okay. And then the bottom black box that's written there, is that from the Minecraft chat group as well?
Yes.
And someone in the chat has said, I hate the Jews. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you understand that to be directed towards you?
Yes, yeah.
Did you tell anyone that this was happening at the time that it was happening?
My parents.
Did you tell them as soon as it happened, or a bit later?
A bit later. I thought I could handle it myself, but it just got out of hand.
Okay. Did you first try to talk to these people at school and explain to them how their comments were impacting you?
Yes, I told them to stop because it was destroying my mental health, but I think they ignored that and continued on.
Okay. And we'll come back to that conversation you had with your parents, but after this, you say that your school, these people from school left you to die in the Minecraft game?
Yeah.
And was that sort of a big deal for you at the time?
It made me feel kind of abandoned and alone.
Okay. And presumably when you're left to die in Minecraft, that means you can't continue on with the mission that you had been pursuing to that point?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And so how did you feel not being able to pursue that mission?
It was, well, it didn't really, when they abandoned me, it made me a bit upset, but I think with the Minecraft, it was just really easily replaceable, so I didn't really get too much emotional damage from that.
Oh, okay, I understand. Because you were able to restart a new mission?
Yes.
Okay. And it's at that point you decided to tell your parents?
Yeah, I walked into their room and said I have no friends left, I think.
Said what, sorry?
I have no friends left.
I have no friends left. And that was December last year? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Dad, can I now ask you, ABE, that night when your son told you what had happened, what did he say to you?
room and announced, "I've got no friends left." And then we had to drag the rest of the story out of him.
And that was the first time you learned about the comments that had been made by these people from school and these chat groups?
Eventually, yes. So there was a bit of conversation, and then he explained that there were these comments that he took screenshots of, which he offered to show us.
Okay. And how did you feel hearing that your son had been through this without you knowing?
I was furious. My first reaction was to go to the parents of the kids that he was playing with and confront them with this. My son wasn't very keen on that and talked me out of it. I also had ideas of going to the police. I guess I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. That was also when I found out that he'd been suffering this sort of abuse for a year or so at school. So it wasn't just online.
Yeah. But you decided not to report it to the police?
I decided not to after we had some discussions at school.
Okay.
And one of the things that came out was the other kids were saying that he engaged in some of the same behaviours. Now, that was denied, but it meant that it was his word against theirs. And I felt that we couldn't go to the police on those grounds.
I understand. And so when you did report it to the school, how did the school respond?
The school responded very well. They were immediately concerned, and we went in and had a meeting with the principal and the year coordinator, and they were very upset that this sort of thing was going on, and also extremely supportive.
And the school undertook an investigation, is that
They
right?
undertook an investigation. The year coordinator spoke to each of the parents of the children involved and also had meetings with the children.
And some of the children ultimately apologised to your son?
Well, we probably should ask my son that, but I'm aware of at least one who did, yes.
Yeah. Well, son, ABB, is that right? Did they apologise to you?
About 3 of them did, yeah.
What was that, sorry?
About 3 of them did.
About 3 of them did. Okay. And after your parents went to the school, did things get better for you?
I felt a little more relaxed, and I thought I could continue on, which I did without any harassment.
Okay.
However, no.
But you say that there was one student who continued to make that hand gesture that you described before the opening and closing of the fist, is that right?
Yes, this student I had previously reported before that all of this happened in around the beginning of 2024. And I thought they would stop, but after all of this happened, they continued doing it by themselves without chanting anything. They just did the star thing with their hand.
Yeah. And did you raise that with anybody, or did you just decide to let it be?
I let my year coordinator know if he wanted to do anything about that.
Okay. And how did your year coordinator respond when you raised it?
He said he'd just keep a lookout, see if he did anything.
Okay. Mum, ABD, can I now take you back to that night when your son disclosed this behaviour to you? How did you feel?
I'm absolutely appalled. So I knew something big had happened. And then now reviewing these materials yet again, even though I've seen them many times before, my stomach drops. And why does it drop? Yes, of course, these are heinous comments. but it drops because has come to make his peace with it and accept it as part of his school life for the last, so from 2024 to December 2025. And now another thing that has happened more recently is that he's being
Are there additional things that the school should have done to address this situation, and did you make any suggestions to the school in that regard?
Yes, I happen to have a position in the school community, so I made suggestions that the school should consider taking groups of children to the Holocaust Institute of Western Australia, and that they should consider showing images that I found impactful as a child when we were taken to school trips to a concentration camp in Croatia, Jasenovac. What was impactful for me as a teenager was to see shoes that were kept that belonged to the victims. A big pile of shoes is such a powerful conversation starter for children. And of course, as teenagers, we try to make light of this trip and to try to talk through it, and it's never easy for a teenage young person to confront such trips, but looking back, it was incredibly important that we were taken on this trip and that our minds were turned to this. And so I would have liked to see that happen, and there was supposed to have been a European tour this year that would have involved a visit to Dachau concentration camp, but that didn't eventuate because of the conflict in the Middle East. So that opportunity will have been lost. So we don't have another opportunity for children in Western Australia to experience any of this knowledge. So I made suggestions that some sort of policy, some sort of school policy, or maybe even state policy, or maybe even national policy should be introduced for children to just have that knowledge. And it's confronting and unpleasant, and we don't want to expose our children to unpleasant things. But in the same way as we did with truth-telling, I think eventually our country will be the better for it if the children can gain that historic knowledge. I also suggested maybe they should show films with fun Jewish content, not just, Holocaust or horrible like The Pianist, but maybe a fun film like The Cobbler, Adam Sandler's The Cobbler, that just draws on the little elements of Jewish law just to normalize it and make it accessible. Because the Jewish population in Perth is very small. I understand it is 0.2% of the population, and there's not a great awareness of these parts of people's culture.
Son, could I come back to you? You've said things have improved a bit at school. your year coordinator still checks in with you from time to time, is that right?
Yes, every time he sees me, he always comes up to me, or I come up to him, and he asks me how I'm doing with everything, and if anything has.
Okay. You also described towards the end of your statement an incident recently at school when you were playing basketball and you heard another student shout something out. Can you tell us what they shouted?
They shouted something along the lines of Hitler was right to kill them all, and I turned around expecting to see somebody staring at me or pointing at me, but I found it was just a group of Year 12 boys who were just talking amongst themselves and using it in a general conversation.
You don't think it was targeted at you?
No, I don't think so.
No. Did you see anybody at the school overhear that comment or address it?
No, I was just playing basketball, and I don't think anyone else but me heard that.
Right. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
I've just got a couple. How many other kids were playing the Minecraft game when this incident occurred?
Maybe about 8 or 7.
And were all of those boys from your school?
Most of them, yes. Some of them were brothers of other people.
The ones who were from your school, were they young men who you were friendly with at the time?
Yes.
And was the game the first time they had a go at you over the fact that you're Jewish?
No. They started doing it one of them started to do a little bit of it, like little bantering with me in my house class.
In 2024.
In 2024 it started, did
Yes.
it? Could you see any reason, anything that had prompted it in your mind?
Maybe I was just being a little annoying towards them. I have ADHD, so...
After the matter was raised and these boys were spoken to by their parents, how have things been between you and that group?
Well, every time I come up to them, because some of my other friends sit with them, and so every time I come up to my friends, some of them, if I stay there for a little too long, they'd be like, "Get out of here," or something like that.
Anything from that?
No, Commissioner.
Thank the three of you very much, particularly coming all the way from Perth. It's appreciated. You're all excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I will just reiterate that there is a non-publication direction in respect of these witnesses' names and any of their identifying information.
Yes, that's noted, Ms. Hager.
Commissioner, can I suggest a slightly early lunch break today?
A slightly early lunch break. It's been a disturbed morning. Why not? Till 2 p.m.
My family came before the First World War.
Commissioner, two of the witnesses who gave evidence just before lunch, that is ABD and ABE, have returned to give some further evidence.
Yes, Ms Hager.
And so I'll recall them both now.
Yes. There's no need to re-swear the witnesses.
Thank you. So, Mum, ABD, there were just a couple of extra questions that I wanted to ask of you. And the first, in light of that history you gave us about growing up in the former Yugoslavia and protesting there throughout your youth, I just wanted to ask you to comment on what, if any, connections you see between the experiences that you had there and what you're seeing in Australia today.
Yes, thank you. Well, the fundamental difference between growing up in the former Yugoslavia, which was a federal country that had people of different ethnic backgrounds living in it, and later breakup of Yugoslavia, was the rise of hate speech. So the contrast was drawn very clearly from the country of my childhood, one of harmony, of working together, of brotherhood and unity was the motto, to two groups that formed two sides of my family suddenly hurling hate speech at each other, drawing stereotypes and behaving in an abusive manner, and then that escalating slowly over a number of years to the point that it led to the civil war and to deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, to the bloodiest war on European soil since the Second World War. I have been very upset and disturbed by the rise of hate speech in Australia, and it was like a déjà vu, like a nightmare for me, seeing those scenarios reenacted in Australia of today in relation to the two groups and against Jewish people, and the conflict between the two groups that engage in an escalating sort of rhetoric of violence and hatred that is being directed at Jewish people. That is like a recurrence of a nightmare for me, as I have seen it before and I know where it leads.
And is it fair to say that you had seen Australia up until this point as a sort of safe haven from that?
Absolutely,
sort of
and that was the point of giving my background as a experienced immigration officer resettling refugees of three ethnic backgrounds: Serbs, Orthodox, Croatian Catholic, and Muslim. I have read countless torture and trauma claims, horrific statements of people assessing refugees for migration to Australia, and I think it is fair to say that all of those applicants who applied to come to Australia, including myself, I was never a refugee, we all wanted to come to Australia to achieve that dream of a safe haven where we can all live peacefully alongside other people and have a fair go and a chance at a better life. And I have to say that it's very important that the peoples of the former Yugoslavia somehow, despite all of the horrors that happened in Europe, didn't bring that conflict into Australia, by and large. And why didn't we? Because we didn't want it. None of the groups wanted the conflict in Australia. We all came to Australia to escape it, and we had that opportunity to live in a wonderful country where, despite uneasiness, we could build our lives again. I'm aware that my husband's family came to Perth prior to the First World War. Again, some prior to the First World War, some between First and Second World War, all seeking that safe haven again from the atrocities of Europe. I'm concerned that if we allow the conflict to migrate to Australia, we will all lose that safe haven, and we don't actually know where this is going to lead. I've seen a similar situation, and I just wanted to say that what I would really like to see out of the Royal Commission is some kind of framework built to prevent the importing of the war into Australia. And that is why, that leads to my third point that I wanted to make. I suppose what happens with when hate speech occurs and when violence escalates, the first step is loss of respect. We lose respect for the person sitting opposite us. We treat that person with disrespect. I'd like to see any kind of disrespect towards any ethnic group in Australia have real consequences. You treat another Australian with disrespect, you vilify another Australian, there are real consequences. We have to make sure that that is not lip service, but that we all, in a sense you could argue that's enforced respect, but enforced respect is very important because it leads to protection of something much greater, which is that peace and a sense of for all of us to be able to belong.
I also wanted to return to that night in December when your son told you that these things had been happening to him.
Yep.
And you observed the sense of abandonment you've told me that he experienced. Do you want to comment on that a little more?
Thank you. Yes, two points to be made there. The first point that experience of vilification for over a year without our knowledge. So it's an important point to make, over a year. So we only found out at the end of it. All that time he suffered in silence. He's a young man who's, as I said, he doesn't like to talk a lot about his emotions, as you could probably have seen. But that night when he came to us, we were watching TV, relaxing on a Sunday afternoon. He came into the room with tears in his eyes and explained a story that to me was a story of radical abandonment by his friends. And I'm not someone who identifies with playing video games, but to him the sense was one of radical abandonment of his friendship group. They left him, went to another room and left him locked up in another separate place to die. And he was profoundly disturbed by that. And I just want to make sure that has come across, that at that time that was a sense of profound abandonment.
And Dad, you are ABE, you have also made some remarks about the Australia of your childhood and the fondness with which you recall that.
I'm a proud Australian first and foremost. I grew up in Australia and I was particularly proud of the fact that most of these worldwide conflicts weren't brought here when we had waves of immigrants. And I don't recognise the place anymore. This has changed in the last decade or so, and I don't like it. I want to go back to the way we were. We were a lot more tolerant. People had a fair go. All of those Australian idioms that we have for people having a fair go, that seems to have been lost. And I would like to see something come out of this commission where we can chart a course back towards that Australia, or that attitude that we had in Australia.
I know that the Jewish community in Perth is small. Nonetheless, I think it's the third largest within the Australian capital cities. I take it you mix with some Jewish friends.
Yes.
Have you found that non-Jewish people are more distant towards you since October the 7th, 2023?
I haven't, but then I'm 64 years old and my friends tend to be around the same age.
Your friends are age appropriate.
That's right, yes.
I see.
I've noticed in my workplace a reluctance to discuss anything to do with anti-Semitism. So if it's brought, when the Bondi attack happened, there was, I work in the Department of Premier and Cabinet in WA, there was a statement from the DG saying we should extend every support to all our Jewish staff, but no one extended any support to me or to us that I could see. So there was a directive to do it, but there was no space to talk about it, or there was individual support extended to me by my colleagues that work with me, who are my friends, but there wasn't anything where I could see that there was a space provided officially for that to happen.
Was it different after the Bondi massacre?
No, that's in the aftermath of the Bondi.
Oh,
There's a discomfort. It's easy to understand it. There's a discomfort and a reluctance to raise things because it's uncomfortable for everybody. So I've noticed that I would have had a meeting or some kind of discussion or something. It was just individual level interactions, but nothing, or very high level and individual, but nothing kind of at the group level.
I misunderstood you a few moments ago. I misheard you. I thought you were talking about events at your workplace after October the 7th, 2023.
No, it was after the Bondi attack.
Let me direct your attention to events after October the 7th, 2023. Did you perceive any change in the way people treated you who were aware that you are a Jew?
I must say no, because first of all, there are not many people who are aware that I'm Jewish. We don't really discuss that in the workplace. Only the closest group of friends and people, my team, know. I don't make a big deal out of it. We work in the public service. You don't speak about your religious affiliations at work. But I would have expected something more visible to happen, both after the 23rd attack in 2023 and after the Bondi attack. However, I would say that what was surprising to me is that no one and spoke to him. Maybe. Sorry. Whereas I didn't expect. It was like nothing ever happened.
Could I amplify on that?
Good.
My friends at work, who were roughly around my age, came up to me after October the 7th and expressed sorrow about the whole thing. One was Egyptian, born in Egypt. Another Muslim girl came up and also said it was a terrible thing that had happened. Along the same lines, with this investigation into what happened with our son, the parents were astonished that this anti-Semitism was going on. Now these parents are a lot younger than us, so I can see that there is some sort of strange influence that has come into the atmosphere in the country.
And the young people are being targeted because if the parents are to be believed, they never expressed such views in the homes. They never spoke in those terms. Where did the children get these terms from? And in fact, Hashem, I wouldn't have expected them to know that term. But they are very well educated and they're weaponizing the terms. And what I'm worried about is that radicalization of young people that is happening.
I have no further questions of you today.
Thank you very much for letting us complete our statement.
Thank you. Now you are fully excused.
Fully excused. Thank you very much.
Yes, Ms. Phillips.
The next witness will be Joshua Moshe, who is present in the hearing room.
Yes.
Would you like to swear an oath or make an affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Can you state your full name, please?
Joshua Ernest Moshe.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You're a musician.
Yes.
And you've prepared a statement to the Royal Commission dated the 8th of May 2026. Do the contents of that statement remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the statement stat.8999.0057.0023_R.
Yes, that will be received as Exhibit 1.108.
You were born to a Jewish family in South Africa who then emigrated to New Zealand when you were about 8 years old, is that correct?
Yes.
Your family was Jewish but not religious, and you were raised with a meaningful connection to Jewish cultural life, is that right?
Yes.
You attended a Christian high school in New Zealand, and in that place you were singled out for being Jewish, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us what sorts of taunts you recall from your high school days?
So I would be called Jew boy. People would make gas chamber jokes. People would do the salute in my direction. People would throw money at my feet and see if I'd pick it up, those sorts of things.
And you've said in your statement that you tried to minimise your Jewish identity as best you could to fit in at that time in your life, is that right?
Yes, my approach at that time, I thought if I make a big deal out of it, it'll make things worse.
And you moved to Melbourne after graduating high school for your tertiary studies.
Yes.
You studied music, and you've since become an accomplished saxophonist and composer, is that correct?
Yes.
You've received several music industry awards for your music and your compositions.
Yes.
And from 2017 to 2024, you were a core member of a Melbourne-based hip-hop and R&B band. I might refer to that just as the band, if that's okay. This is a band that achieved success recognised by various music industry awards, both locally in Australia and internationally, is that right?
Yes.
Can you describe what the relationship was like that you had with your bandmates in the time that you were in the band from about 2017?
Yes. Well, we were very close. Any band, you travel together, you play together, you make music together, and you become very close generally. Some of the people in the band I had also studied with, so I would say it was very close, meaningful relationships.
And you've referred in particular to your bandmates rallying behind you during a difficult period in your life. Can you describe what that involved?
Yes, so in 2020 I was diagnosed with lymphoma, and I went through chemotherapy treatment, and the band really rallied behind me and got a lot of the music community to rally behind me and support me through that, and my family through that treatment.
And you got married in about 2018 to your wife Maggie, and she converted to Judaism, and the two of you progressively incorporated some more of the traditional elements of Judaism into your lives, is that right?
That's correct. She's technically still in the conversion program. It's a very long and difficult process, but it's a journey, and yes, we adopted a more traditional Jewish life in recent years.
And in about 2017, you and your now wife also opened a gift and homewares shop in a suburb of North Melbourne.
Yes.
You've described in your statement witnessing rising anti-Semitism in the creative communities in which you and your wife were involved from around 2021. How did you see anti-Semitism start to manifest from that time?
I suppose initially I saw it around the margins, and people would make sort of similar comments that we hear today, but it was a lot more marginalised. And then during the 2021 conflict that I refer to in my statement,
that was a conflict that took place as between Israel and the then administration of Israel and the then administration of Gaza, is that right?
Which was Hamas, yes. And during that conflict, that was I started noticing a lot more people posting or saying a lot of this sort of rhetoric we see today, possibly not on the same level as now, but I guess that was the first time I started feeling really uncomfortable in a lot of sort of creative communities and creative spaces, sort of witnessing a double standard being applied to not only Israel but Jewish Australians and Israeli artists.
And I want to take you forward in time to the 7th of October 2023. You've said this in your statement, 7 October 2023 was a turning point in my life. Can I take you back to that day and ask you to describe how you first learned of the events that took place in Israel?
Yes, so it was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. At that point, my wife and I were observing all the Chagim, all the Jewish holidays, and so we were at our shul for a celebration of Simchat Torah, which is the annual finishing and rereading of the Torah. People had started talking, so we had heard some things that were happening, but neither of us were using our phone at that point. When we got home after the Chag and turned our phones on, we were just flooded with devastating imagery coming out of Israel, and it felt very personal and very visceral, sort of images of people doing horrific things in front of other family members in people's personal homes. It felt quite personal to me, even though I was on the other side of the world. I sort of recognized a historic resonance with some of the worst parts of Jewish history during pogroms or crusades or any number of similar such violent events in Jewish history.
You've said in your statement that in the aftermath of the 7th of October 2023, that is you and your wife, felt that despite not running a quote-unquote Jewish business, we were potential targets given our profiles in the creative community. Can you explain why it was that you felt like you or your business were a potential target at that time?
Yes, so my wife and I made no attempt to hide the fact that we were Jewish. We didn't advertise it or make a huge deal about it, and like it says in my statement, we just run a homewares and giftware store. It wasn't a Jewish business per se. We weren't selling anything explicitly Jewish. With that being said, we just felt the climate was so polarized, even back then in 2021, and particularly in the arts and creative and music world, we started just seeing a lot of hostility and animosity, and both of us felt we started being treated with a bit of suspicion. This becomes much more amplified after October 7, but we definitely noticed a tense climate, I would say, in the creative and music world during and after that conflict in 2021.
You've said in your statement that you decided that you would not publicly advocate for Israel or the Jewish community online, and that you would put your heads down and keep working on your business. Is that the approach that you ended up taking in the weeks that followed the 7th of October? Yes,
we very consciously decided we were just going to focus on our lives, on building our business, putting aside the war itself. We had some personal health challenges in our lives, and the economy was starting to feel like the effects of the inflation. We were starting to notice that the economy wasn't feeling. So basically, to summarize, we decided we really just put our heads down, focus on our business, and not become anti-Semitism advocates or Israel advocates or anything. So didn't make any public statements.
And you've referred to beginning to feel insecure after October 2023 as a Jewish Australian. You received a message from a customer in November 2023 that you've included at paragraph 27 of your statement. I might just read out that message as you've included it. It says, "I always pay your shop a visit. I have a question around the genocide happening in Palestine. I know your family is Jewish, but I've been surprised by your silence. I'm just wondering, as a consumer, if I'm supporting a family-owned business that supports Palestine." Now, can you tell me your reaction to receiving that kind of message?
I think it's profoundly unfair to target any member of any ethnicity and ask them to be a representative of anything you deem unacceptable by any government. So to me it felt unsurprising, I suppose, that this sort of rhetoric was directed at us, but still unacceptable. It feels like we're being held to a standard that other businesses, like, are they messaging all businesses and trying to find out particularly every single political idea or value of business owners, or is it just the Jewish ones? That's how I felt.
And receiving a message of the kind that I've just read out, was that one of the contributors to the feeling of insecurity that you described in the weeks following the 7th of October?
Yes, I think the person who's motivated to send this message, there would be a few hundred people who would feel the same way but wouldn't send the message. And so it felt like the climate was very hostile and we were being treated with a lot of suspicion.
You have referred in your witness statement to an incident that took place on the 4th of December 2023, at a time when you were unfortunately having to rush your wife to a hospital emergency department. You were wearing a kippah at the time that you took her to the hospital, is that right?
Yes.
And this incident took place when you just exited your vehicle and were working out how to pay for the parking meter outside the hospital, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me what happened?
So I had dropped my wife off at emergency, and I went to park the car, and as I got out of the car and I was using the app that they use in that area to pay for parking, someone drove past and wound down their window and they screamed at me. I just want to get this accurately.
That might be paragraph 28 of your statement.
Paragraph 28. They screamed out the window of their car, "You fucking Jewish rat. Palestinians, you effing rat." Excuse my language. "Take another effing photo, you filthy Jew," which he said in response because I didn't respond to him. I just pulled my phone out and took a photo in order to collect evidence that this had happened.
You're the grandson of grandparents who survived or fled Europe before the Holocaust, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you heard the expression "filthy rat," what impact did that have on you?
It brings back a lot of memories, I guess ancestral memories, or I mean, if you read about the Holocaust and you learn about it, there's a lot of rat imagery that was used. This sort of rhetoric was used against my family and family members who perished in the Holocaust, and it's unbelievable that someone in Australia in 2023 feels empowered to use the same vitriolic language against me.
Did you report this incident to the police?
I did, yes.
And you were notified in about July 2025 of the outcome of an investigation into the incident, is that correct?
Yes, I remembered that I hadn't heard back at that point, and so I contacted the police to see if there was an update.
And what were you told at that time?
I was told that they couldn't identify the passenger. They obviously had the license plate of the driver, but he was not willing to disclose the information of the passenger, and so they couldn't press charges.
In early November of 2023, you joined a WhatsApp group together with some other Jewish creatives and academics. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you describe why that group, to your knowledge, was set up?
Yeah, the group was set up to support other Jewish Australians, particularly working in creative and academic industries, who were facing similar hostility to what I was experiencing. Almost everyone working, particularly in those fields at that time, has a version of what I was experiencing. This idea of, at that time, being treated with suspicion or receiving hostile comments or seeing people post hostile comments. So the group was set up in order to support people facing discrimination in the workplace or experiencing hostility, and it was sort of a space to vent, to have open discussions and to support one another.
And you weren't one of the people responsible for setting up the group. You were only joined after it had been set up by others, is that right?
Correct.
You've set out in your witness statement the nature of some of the contributions that you yourself made to that chat. Can I ask you to expand on what some of those contributions looked like?
Yeah, so there were political discussions about anti-Semitism, about people's experiences. So I would weigh in with, I really like Jewish history, I really like politics, I like learning. So I would weigh in with some resources that I found helpful. So yes, I would share links to resources that I thought may be informative. I posted about certain incidents that I witnessed, like anti-Semitic graffiti that I had come across. I used the space to discuss my mental health and ask about other people, how they were handling what was feeling like quite a difficult time for the Jewish community. I posted discussions about anti-Semitism in Australia, and there was a discussion about some people were posting about more public figures or people with large followings who were saying things that were deemed to be anti-Semitic.
You made one comment in particular about a certain person who you've described in your statement as a writer, and having regarded a number of the writer's public posts as offensive and anti-Semitic. Can you describe in broad terms what it was that you wrote about this particular writer in your contributions to that WhatsApp group?
Mm-hmm. So I had observed things that denied Jewish history. I had observed like support for October 7 attacks, and I also observed someone discussing a well-known Australian artist who had performed in a Jewish event, and the writer criticised the artist for participating, essentially for what I interpreted as for performing with Jews, and that made this person like people shouldn't support this musician and listen to them. And so I felt that if people were targeting artists for associating with Jewish artists, that was a very dangerous road to go down.
And you'd made comments on the WhatsApp group broadly to that effect, is that right?
A single comment, yes.
A single comment. You've said in your statement at paragraph 34 that you never imagined how your participation in this WhatsApp group would be weaponised against you. Now I'm going to ask you some questions about what happened next. You became aware in late January 2024 that the content of the WhatsApp group for Jewish creatives and academics that you'd been part of had been leaked, is that right?
Yes.
Can I ask, how did you first become aware that you personally were becoming a target on account of your participation in this leaked WhatsApp group?
Initially, on about the 22nd of January, the news, sorry, I'm not supposed to say who started publishing it, a website started publishing excerpts of the chat that didn't include me, but that was the first time members of the group had become aware that at least a portion of the chat had been released. And then 2 days later, my wife received a direct message on Instagram from the writer alleging that I had used a personal connection to scour through her, or she had, no, the message to my wife was alleging that I had done something horrific to the writer, and then my wife asked me what was said and what was the context of this message, why is she receiving this message, and at that point I knew that the contents of the chat had been leaked and I was going to be affected in some way.
And you said in your statement that within hours of becoming aware of some of this information that was being circulated online about the WhatsApp group, numerous people shared your and your wife's personal social media pages along with the Instagram account of your store in North Melbourne, is that right?
Yes, so preceding that, the first public post about us was alleging a conspiracy that I was using my wife's private Instagram to using my wife's account to scour through the writer's private posts in order to get her fired. This was a public post made about us that is just untrue. And that was the start of where things really spiraled out of control online.
And you've said that strangers published your and your wife's personal details on their social media accounts, including some images. What were some of those images of?
So targeting our shop, images of us, like taken screen grabs from our shop social media, and plastering like Zionists or don't boycott. There were images of me taken from my press photos as a musician, saying that I'm a Zionist or a Zio, and that I've been plotting for the Zionist entity, things about that.
And so the comments that then came online, is it fair to say they came in three ways? People posting comments about you and your wife and your store on their social media pages, then as one source, then comments that were made on your wife's and your store's social media pages as another source, and then also direct messages that were sent to you personally through social media.
Yeah, it was every communication channel that people had access to. It was via all of those means. We were receiving emails, we were receiving Google reviews, Facebook messages. It was relentless.
And I might just read out some of the comments that you've included from those three channels in your statement. These include, "This man has been plotting," in capital letters, "for Zionism," member of the band and co-owner of, and then the name of your store, and then a reference to your partner. And then, you and your wife named Zio characters are owners of this place apparently. And then, "I don't listen to these shit CUNTs, but if you do, it's time to stop." Then 2 pig emojis followed by oink oink. You were asked, "Zionist, Y/N?" ? You were described as bullies and hateful persons, and as people who, quote unquote, exploit others in their suffering and grief. Now, can you describe the personal impact on you in the days after seeing some of these messages in January of 2024?
This was devastating to experience these messages. It was just an ongoing torrent of messages through all those channels, and I was feeling extremely anxious, devastated, feeling like my life was starting to unravel, not knowing what would happen at the business, and where this information would go and who would act on it, who would use it in what way. I was fearing for my safety. I struggled to sleep. I had an elevated heart rate. I had night sweats. This was devastating.
It said that all of this first emerged on about the 22nd of January of 2024, and then in your statement you've described on the 30th of January of 2024 being expelled from the band that at that point you'd been in for around the previous 7 years. Can you tell me how you were notified that you were no longer a member of that band?
So I wasn't notified. It was, they posted a public post denouncing me, and that was the first I heard about it.
You've included the post by which you learned that you were not to be a member of the band anymore in your witness statement. At paragraph 47, I might read part of it out but not all of it, and it includes the following. In the last 24 hours, we've become aware of comments made by Joshua, yourself, within a Zionist WhatsApp group chat. We are disgusted, deeply shocked and betrayed by what has been exposed. Then it goes on, as a collective, but further, as 4 other individual human beings, we explicitly condemn any forms of Zionism, racism, bullying, anti-Semitism and prejudice of any kind. Can you tell me what your response was to seeing the comments that were made about you personally and then the condemnation that followed that?
So I think if you're making a statement like this, if you don't have a clear definition of any of those terms, if you're not defining, or if you're using a definition of Zionism that I'm not using and you're tarnishing me with that, and you're using terms racism, bullying, anti-Semitism that are not based on a definition or on truth, then you can sort of say whatever you want and those words become meaningless.
And in respect of how that condemnation was phrased here in the post that we're looking at, explicitly condemn any forms of Zionism, racism, bullying, anti-Semitism and prejudice. What is it about those words that you feel are, as you've just described, meaningless or ill-defined, if I can put it that way?
There's hundreds of kinds of Zionism, and they say they condemn all forms of Zionism. And so, like, if you're condemning all forms of Zionism when one version of Zionism, or the one I subscribe to, which is that Jews deserve a home in some part of their ancestral homeland, then how can you condemn that and anti-Semitism? Because if you condemn Jews having a home in some part of our ancestral homeland, then to me you're being anti-Semitic.
Now, you've described in your statement a number of the messages that followed from the news of you no longer being a member of the band, and this itself being an example of anti-Semitic abuse. I might invite you to read out the comment that followed that you've described at paragraph 51B of your statement.
51B?
Yes.
This is the new gold standard. Occupation is out, genocide is out, Zionism is out, colonialism is out, Israel out, in capitals. It is no longer socially acceptable to be genocidal. We should be deplatforming all Zionists, condemning all forms of Zionism, and announcing our solidarity with our full effing chests. May Zionists be afraid.
And this was text that accompanied some form of notification online about you being no longer a member of the band, is that right?
Yes.
And what was your reaction to seeing a comment of that kind?
Well, it was like the online vitriol was already at... We were receiving a lot of messages, like I said before, and it just was snowballing and getting more and more and more, and it was feeling more and more unpredictable and out of control and more vitriolic. I think people were feeling more and more empowered to say more extreme things.
You've described an event that took place on the 31st of January 2024, the day after the band's post announcing that you were no longer a member, involving a voicemail that was received to the mobile phone of the shop premises. What did the caller say in that voicemail?
The caller said, "You racist MFs, better keep watching your MF back. All us, we know where you are now," basically. And that message was accompanied with a photo of our son that was taken somewhere on social media, taken from somewhere.
So that the voicemail was left on the phone, and at the same time a text message was sent to the same mobile phone with the photograph, is that right?
Yeah, correct.
You understood the combination of those two forms of communication to be a threat to your family?
That's how I understood it, and the police officer agreed.
The next day, the 1st of February of 2024, you arrived at your shop in North Melbourne. What did you see when you got there?
The front of the shop had been stickered with boycott stickers that included the Magen David and the flag of Israel with a cross, like a red cross line through it, and the word boycott. And they were stickered all over the front of the shop.
And that wasn't the first incident of stickering or vandalism at the store, was it?
That was the first direct on to the shop front. Prior to that, there were some stickers that were prominently placed very close or directly adjacent to our shop, which we understood was probably targeted towards us, but we didn't think about it too much. But this was the first time it was directly on the window and doors of our shop.
And after the 1st of February of 2024, was the shop vandalised on further occasions?
Numerous occasions, yes.
What was some of the incidents? What was the damage, or what were the stickers that were later put on the shop front?
So they were predominantly stickers from the printer that I say in my statement. They were predominantly stickers, so every few days or a few times a week the shop would be stickered, sometimes more so than others. So the incident on the 1st of February was like a large amount of stickers and some particularly big ones, but then there would be just occasions where someone might walk past and even during trading hours someone would like slap a sticker on the front of the shop while we're in there serving customers, and then it turned into spray paint graffiti, so black paint that said Zionism, Schmionism on the front of the shop, and I guess that's examples of some of the vandalism we received at the time.
You shared aspects of your story at around this time with a major newspaper, and part of that was to draw attention to the adverse impacts that can occur from doxing. Is that right?
Yes. And
what was the nature of any responses that you became aware of to telling your story to the press at that time?
So it got, basically the vitriol continued. It didn't change. No one reflected on our story, or at least from what I could tell, the people that were actively posting about us or putting graffiti on our shop, and all the people that sympathise with them would have no effect on what they thought of us, and in fact it made them more empowered, because it was sort of taken to be we were manipulating the media, we were, Zionists controlling the media. There was sort of rhetoric to that effect online at the time, that we're playing victim, and Zionists are always playing the victim and have crocodile tears. We sort of came across a lot of commentary along those lines.
You've included some examples in your statement of your wife being referred to online as a practiced media slut and a media whore. Are they the sorts of messages that you're picking up on when you're referring just then in your evidence to the concept of manipulating the media and the like?
Yes, that's correct. Those messages, even in those messages, we were accused of employing the journalist, and that we only cared about the community that our shop was in. Just for context, we ran a lot of fundraisers. We used our business. We always tried to use it for good. And so someone said that we only ever did things like that because it was in our financial interests to do so.
You ultimately decided to close your store in North Melbourne and relocate to a different part of the city, is that right?
Yes.
You've relayed an incident that occurred as you were packing up the stock at the store. What happened?
So someone drove past as we're unloading boxes and screams out the window, "Good, we don't want Zionists in Thornbury anyway, in our area anyway." Someone else pulled the finger at my wife, Maggie, as they walked past. And someone else in the street called Maggie a Zionist bitch. These were all 3 separate incidents involving different people.
Can you describe some of the impacts that the doxing and the subsequent online activity related to it have had on your music career?
Yes. So in my music career, I feel like it's that thing of being treated with suspicion, and now there's evidence as to, we're justified in treating this person this way. So I was removed from a record label I was on. I had threats called into venues where I was performing, where both times the venues had to organise additional security and implement additional security measures so that the performances could go ahead. I've had countless people, I had connections that I had made since moving to Australia, of people unfollowing me or removing me from their social media account without speaking to me, including a mentor who taught me through university, a musician who was booked to perform with me called me quite distraught and said that they were really sorry they had to pull out of this performance with me because they felt unsafe, because if they associated with me they would lose work. And I had an artist who I had recorded with who sent me an email without speaking to me, saying that they withdrew their performance rights on a song that I had featured them on, and had refunded me the money because it was apparently not consistent with their career. I lost a residency, I've lost countless performance opportunities. I feel like I'm being held to a very different standard, and I'm no longer celebrated in the way that I was prior to the doxing.
And you've referred to having commenced and later resolved litigation in respect of your former bandmates, is that right?
Yes.
And ultimately they published an apology on social media more recently. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to ask you about the report you made to police about the doxing incident in particular, so the leaked WhatsApp chat. Can you describe when you made that report and what it is that you went and told police about what had happened?
So I went to the police station. I had collated a lot of evidence of some of the posts, and I put it into a statement with referencing particular posts and saying that certain people had said specific things that I thought may be enforceable by law. And the police officers spent quite a long time going through my statement and through all the evidence that I provided. When they got to the end of it, he got the advice from another police officer, and then basically they were both like, this is crazy, but there's nothing we can do about this. However, we can file a complaint about the vandalism, and we can investigate that, and we can investigate the threat made against your son. I challenged the police officer a little bit, and I said, well, why can't you do anything about these posts? Like, they're quite extreme. And the police officer said, well, we could only do anything about it if it crossed the line into anti-Semitism. And I said, so how are you defining anti-Semitism? Because from my perspective, the word Zionist or Zio is being used here as a proxy, and the effect is having an effect on Jewish Australians, and this has the potential to get much, much worse from here on out, and it's having a serious impact on Jewish Australians' lives. And he seemed sympathetic to what I was saying and said that he would consult with his superior, came back and said they can't do anything because they can't define it as being anti-Semitic. And I said, well, what definition are you using? And he said it would just be up to the duty officer on the day to decide.
You've referred to filing reports with the E-Safety Commissioner in relation to the doxing. What was the outcome of that engagement with the E-Safety Commissioner?
So a similar process. I uploaded all the evidence, statements, and I got a response saying that they didn't meet the threshold for E-Safety to take any formal action. At which point I said I urge you to take this more seriously, and I basically used a similar argument to what I had used with the police officer, and then I never got a response to that.
You've described some concerns in your statement about the accountability and the responsibility that will be or can be faced by people who engage in doxing activity. What are your concerns in that regard?
My concerns are that no one in this whole sorry story has been held accountable for this behaviour. And if you don't hold people accountable and enforce laws, then people become more empowered to do more and more extreme things.
You've noted in your statement that thankfully life is a little better for you and your family now that you have moved your store to a different part of Melbourne, but that you have continued to encounter people who, from your perspective, justify abuse and the targeting of Jews by using the language of Zionist. Does that remain the case to this day?
Yes.
And can I ask finally, what's made you come forward to the Royal Commission to give your testimony?
I think I want this story to... I can't change what's happened. I can't change that this occurred, but I can hopefully use it to... I just hope the story can be used to make a change for the future so that no one else has to go through anything like this. I think there's some gaps in how... in the whole story, how the word Zionist is being used, how Jews are being targeted and being held to account for potential political views other people have, and that there's a gap in the way the laws were applied and enforced. And I think I hear a lot of these parallels in other testimonies as well. And I suppose I think any society that endorses anti-Semitism, if you learn through history, it never goes well for the broader society. And I don't want that to be the case here. I want Australia to be a thriving and successful country, and it's the country I moved to, and that's why I came forward today.
Thank you for your evidence.
Can I just perhaps ask you a couple of things, Mr. Moshe? The WhatsApp group that you were a part of, there were a large number of members of the Jewish community who were a party to that WhatsApp group. Do you understand that the group was hacked, or was it that, as it were, there was a mole in there? Do you know that?
From what I understand, someone was added to the group who exported the chat and then exited the group, and then the chat, and that person was a journalist, and the chat was leaked to one of their subjects.
And some of your posts in that chat were then made public?
Yes.
It seems from just looking at some of the material that you've assembled that it was being suggested by those who became aware of this leak and who saw comments that you had posted, that you were attacking other artists.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any truth to that?
No, none whatsoever.
Do you see yourself as becoming a victim of this tendency to see Jewish people as engaging in some form of conspiracy?
As I understand it, a lot of the rhetoric around the leak of the WhatsApp group does lean on tropes of Jewish power and Jewish conspiracy.
Yes, thank you. You're excused, Mr. Moshe.
Commissioner, the next witness is Rabbi Rabin.
Yes.
Affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Rabbi, please state your full name.
Rabbi Daniel Rabin.
What is your occupation?
So I'm currently the senior rabbi at the Caulfield Hebrew Congregation in Melbourne.
You've made a statement dated the 3rd of May 2026.
Correct.
The contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioner, the doc ID is stat.899.0056.0002_R. I attend to the statement.
Yes. That will be Exhibit 1.109.
Rabbi, as you said, you're a rabbi at Caulfield Shul, which is a synagogue in Melbourne. You hold some other positions with other organisations?
Yeah, I'm currently the co-vice president of the Rabbinical Council of Victoria. I serve as a volunteer police chaplain, and as part of my role in the Rabbinical Council, I serve as an advisor to the Multi-Faith Advisory Group to the Premier.
So if you could just explain that Multi-Faith Advisory Group.
So there's a number of faith groups who meet regularly to discuss matters of faith, and interfaith work, and the government does look to, the Victorian government does look to their group at times to get its check-in with various issues in the community, how it might affect faith groups and so on. So the Rabbinical Council has nominated me to sort of represent our views and opinions.
I see. And what sort of frequency would you be involved with meetings of that group that then provides advice to the Victorian government?
It meets sort of once a month or once every 2 months, and if there are matters of concern, it might be proposed to get together, whether online or in person, to sort of discuss those matters.
And the other representatives on the group are from what faith range?
It's from the Hindu faith, Baha'i, Muslim, Christians, a number of different denominations in the Christian faith. So it's covered quite a broad spectrum.
Thank you. Could you describe briefly the Caulfield Shul and its membership?
Yeah, so the Caulfield Shul is sort of located in the heart of, I guess, the major population of the Jewish community in Melbourne, in Caulfield. It's been around for about 80 years, and it's quite a large congregation. I think over 1,500 members, about 500-600 families, and sort of a range of levels of connection to the congregation. Obviously, some usually attend on the high holidays and life cycle events, others who will come to events, and then you've got those who attend regularly, whether daily for prayers, or attend some of our groups like a play group, bar and bat mitzvah programs, Shabbat services. So it's got a very dynamic and involved community, and everybody sort of is involved to the level that they feel they want to connect.
Has it been necessary for the shul to retain security guards, and how long has that been happening?
The shul has had security guards for a long time, but in recent years, of course, we've had to have them more full-time. Pretty much they're there every single day, in the morning when there's services and the evening when there's services. And when we have any event, there'll be a hired security guard. And of course, we take a lot of advice and instruction from the CSG as to, if there's bigger events or social activities happening, they might provide as well regularly with their own sort of volunteer security officers to come and stand outside the shul.
And how is the cost of those security services, how is that met?
Primarily from the congregation itself. I know there were a number of grants at different times from the government. I'm not sure if it was state or federal, but primarily it's part of what the synagogue has to pay. So they collect money from people paying membership, and part of that will have to go to paying the security costs, which can add up.
Now, you yourself moved to Australia from South Africa in about 2009.
Correct.
But you'd visited Australia before that?
Yeah, I was here in 2001, I believe. I was working in one of the Jewish day schools. They would bring 4 international students to work sort of informal Jewish education, so you'd have an opportunity to run programs for the children in that school, and I was selected to come to Melbourne. You could go anywhere sort of in America or different places which have Jewish communities. So I was fortunate to come to Australia and had the most wonderful year spending time here in that school and sort of getting to know the Australian community.
And that informed your choice to come here when you emigrated?
Well, not exactly. I ended up marrying an American wife who, when that happened, I didn't think I'd ever come back to Australia, but somehow, our path led us here when the person I worked with in 2001 was looking to bring a rabbinic couple to work at the time with university students. So we were approached to come back here, and we took the opportunity and have made this our home ever since.
Thank you. Now, you say in your statement that you believe the situation for Jews in Australia has become a lot worse after 7 October 2023, but that you personally had experienced anti-Semitism in Australia before that. You give an instance where it's your practice to walk from synagogue to home, and from home to synagogue, often with your family. What have you experienced in doing so?
Yeah, so whether it's walking to the synagogue, or let's say on Friday night where we may be eating out at somebody else's home, or on a Saturday on a Shabbat where people usually sort of socialise, and obviously being visibly Jewish with a beard and kippah, I've had on numerous occasions, this is before October 2023, where people threw eggs and all sorts of horrific slurs, effing Jew and, pigs. And that's sort of just driving on the main roads in Caulfield, just sort of walking by, and they'd put the window down and shout out those slurs. So this would happen quite regularly, to be honest, whether it's once every couple of weeks, maybe just once. And of course that increased after October 7th, walking to shul and having the slurs shouted at us.
Did the frequency increase after October 2023?
Yes, certainly. In fact, immediately after October 7th, on Sunday, when there was the conclusion of the holiday here in Australia, my 10-year-old son and I were walking back home when a car drove by, and there was 4 occupants in the car, and the windows went down, and they said some very horrific things, which I don't feel comfortable necessarily repeating, but it's in my statement. I'm sure you can imagine.
Yep.
And having my 10-year-old son with me, of course, he looked at me and he said, "Why do these people hate us?" And that was very confronting, to be honest. It was very difficult to explain to him. And ever since then, it's continued.
If I can take a little back in time, you refer to your experience as a Jewish chaplain for a university in Melbourne in 2009 to 2011. What do you recall from that experience?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, when I came to Australia, it was to work with university students, and so I applied to be a university chaplain at a number of the main universities here. This particular event, which I recorded in my statement, was at the University of Melbourne, when there was some incident that happened between Israel, I think it was one of the flotillas, and it caused a lot of rhetoric, a lot of things in the media at the time. And on campus there was a lot of tension because there were sort of threats made that if things didn't calm down and Israel didn't apologize, there was going to be repercussions. And I was invited to a meeting to attend together with myself and representatives of the Australian Muslim Association on campus, and with a number of other chaplains. And it was made clear to me there, and unfortunately the Jewish student group didn't show up, so I was sort of there representing the Jewish community, if you like, and I was sort of told in no uncertain terms that unless I sort of apologized on behalf of what Israel has been doing, there will be repercussions on campus and there will be consequences. I was of course taken aback and quite shocked by what I was hearing, and was hoping that some of the other chaplains would jump in. One of them sort of did say, "What are you, said to this group, what are you sort of insinuating?" And they said, "I think we've made ourselves very clear." And then the meeting ended. So obviously reported it to the Jewish students, and there were a few sort of flare-ups after that time. I know that the Jewish students had a function on the South Lawn in Melbourne, where someone came and cut their cables to their sound system and sort of threw their, pushed their table over. So I'm not sure if that was the repercussions they were, but it seemed a lot more serious that things could get violent.
The main part of your statement, by length, that is, describes your experiences as a rabbi at the shul since October 2023, and you record that you've observed a growing sense of unease in the Jewish community who are involved with the shul. What particular concerns have members of the shul raised with you?
So I think, like so many, and I've been listening intently to this past week, but the truth is I've been hearing testimonies for the last 2.5 years, because as a community rabbi, congregants speak to you, they talk to you, they confide in you, and they often look to you for guidance and support and encouragement. And I think what has been happening is seeing this blatant, unabashed ability for the wider community, protest every week in the city, saying all Zionists are terrorists, genocidal killers, baby killers, and that of course spreading into all areas, the arts and academia, anywhere, schools, to sort of say that if you have any connection or any affiliation with Israel or any connection to Zionism, you're inherently evil. And so community members have been facing, very similar to what many of the testimonies have expressed through this Royal Commission, that comments at work, comments from people who they thought were friends, saying that, we cannot associate with you anymore. And so that reflection has come back to me and saying, look, we don't feel comfortable in Australia anymore. And I think the biggest shock to me was people asking me genuinely, should they leave Australia? Is this the writing on the wall? Did our ancestors in, pre-Holocaust, when they sort of, you hear stories of people who said, look, there was writing on the wall and some took that and left and others didn't, and of course we know the outcome. So to hear such questions is very confronting, and of course I want to support them and encourage them, and I don't believe we're there, but I think, we're seeing remnants and we're seeing aspects of that very, very much alive and well here in Australia.
And how do you find that you're able to respond to comments such as that? Is it time to leave?
Look, I'm an optimist by nature, but I'm not an alarmist, but I'm a realist. So I'm not telling people they should leave. I think the fact that we're even having a Royal Commission, and can I say, I wanted to thank, the way I've been treated in the lead up to this commission from the team here has been outstanding. The sensitivity, the encouragement, the support, nothing was too difficult. So that's greatly appreciated. And the fact that we're having a Royal Commission means that we want to solve this, that we don't accept this. And so my encouragement to them is to not give up. And on the contrary, obviously not to do silly things. If there's a protest against Israel, don't walk into the middle of it, and with an Israeli flag, because something may happen. But don't be shy, don't be scared, don't hide from who you are. Be proud as Jews. And I think the prouder we are, the stronger we are, the more confident we are in our heritage, in our faith, in our culture, then it's upon others to sort of deal with that. We shouldn't have to hide and run away. And so I'm trying to encourage, I'm trying to give them that confidence to be here and to be proud and to be loud at times as well, to use their voice.
You refer in your statement to a recent event at Parliament House in Melbourne that was in support of the Iranian community. Were you there in your role as part of the multi-faith group, or
I was actually approached, I think just as a known rabbi in the community, to come and share some reflections, because many in the Iranian community, the Persian community, have been standing side by side with the Jewish community at many of the pro-Israel activities that we've done, and have been there standing by us and sort of supporting us through this difficult time. And so I thought it was important to show that reciprocation. And so I was invited to share a few words at that event. And the interesting thing is, this was after Bondi. I think what happened after Bondi is, and generally I'm very security conscious, always sort of, thinking about any situation I'm in, what could possibly go wrong. But it was much more heightened at that point, because it was sort of outside Parliament House. There was hundreds and hundreds of people, and of course Bondi made us feel that at any moment something could happen. And I think, that's a reflection that I've been feeling, and I have no doubt, as I've sort of elaborated in the testimony, that many community members are concerned about their security. It's a real concern.
You have also yourself suffered abuse and threats online on your personal accounts and on the shul social media accounts. You've attached some examples to your statement that you refer to. Can you address the nature of some of that abuse and how it affected you?
Yeah, so I've decided after October 7th that as a leader in the Jewish community, I have to be there to speak out and support the Jewish community, and to call out the lies and the hypocrisies and the double standards, and to really be a voice, because many people are not necessarily comfortable to put things on social media, and I understand that. They work in corporations or firms and businesses which they may not necessarily want to express support for Israel or support for the Jewish community, but I feel I have no excuse. I work in a synagogue, for an Orthodox Zionist synagogue, and so I would often write commentary, and the truth is I sort of looked back over the past 2 years, sort of reflecting on what I've been writing and how it led up to the Bondi event, the attack in Bondi, and how this continuous demonization of this word Zionist, and continuously calling out and saying that Jews are genocidal maniacs, and all those terms has almost made it acceptable, if not encouraged, for many people to say, well, this part of our population, this minority group, are are less than or dehumanized in a way. To the extent, and I'll get back to your question in a moment, but to the extent, it's not in my testimony, but it came to me sort of when I was sitting outside, that in 2024 I had a contractor, a tradesman come over. He was from Jewry. One of my congregants, he was doing some work in the area and I needed something to be done, and he invited him to come in. And this is a guy who no connection with Jewish people, and I had just felt at that moment to ask him, has he been watching the news? What does he think of the current conflict in the Middle East? And he said to me something which really shocked me, but it made me realize how deeply spread this propaganda is, because he said, look, I don't know many Jews, but I'm surprised that Jews are baby killers now. When I heard those words from a guy who's totally sort of disconnected from, doesn't live in the Jewish community, doesn't live in an area, has no sort of interaction really with many Jews, but this is what he's hearing. And so I said, and I spent time sort of trying to explain that that's not the case. But online, anytime I post anything, and I keep it, positive and reassuring, and I always leave with a message of hope and wanting to build social cohesion and trying to make this country a better place. But the comments, in particular about Zionism and how Zionists should feel unsafe and uncomfortable wherever they go, genocide is your legacy,
when in your posts, when you, I think, referred to it as supportive statements about Zionism, what is your meaning that you attach to Zionism, or your understanding of the term? So
I usually explain on these posts. It would probably be sort of commentary on maybe something that's happened, when, let's say, during the time when there were still hostages in Gaza. So I would sort of express, let's pray for the safe return of the hostages. We should gather together and we should, be thinking about them. Maybe it was before Passover, and reflecting we're going to enjoy our Passover feast together, but there's many who are, still in captivity. And then the comments would come in, well, you're committing genocide and you're a Zionist and you're evil, when I'm just trying to express a view. Or for example, when I actually went shortly after October 7th, a few months later, to Israel to visit, the families who would be bereaved. I went to go visit people in hospital, and when we came back, I wrote an op-ed in the Jewish News, and the picture was our small group, and we had an Israeli flag and an Australian flag, and one of the participants went to Officeworks to go and laminate it because he wanted to remember it, and he was refused service by the person at Officeworks. They said, we can't, they don't feel in good conscience that they could touch that photo and deal with that photo. And it caused a big storm, as you can imagine, but it was again reinforcing this narrative that if you have anything to do with Israel and the lies told about Israel, it was spreading far and wide. Here's an Officeworks employee refusing to do business to laminate an article written by myself about our time in Israel. So these comments were often on these posts. So I'd write something encouraging and supportive of the community, and then there would be this floodgates of anti-Israel hate that would come out of it.
And when you've been referring to Israel in that context, can I take you back to the question I asked you about the way you define or understand Zionism and the connection between the state of Israel on the one hand and the government of Israel on the other hand, or do you not draw that distinction?
No, so absolutely. I think, I've heard it being said here a number of times that, fair criticism of Israel is fine. I criticize Israel when I don't think they've done the right thing. But what we're seeing is not criticism of Israel. I mean, the truth is we wouldn't be sitting here if this was just about criticism of Israel, right? If it was just about people saying they don't like this particular prime minister or they don't like that policy, we wouldn't be in this mess that we're in. This is lies about Israel. These are huge lies, huge propaganda lies, like genocide is just this word that's been thrown into everything. No matter what you say, it's, well, you're committing genocide. Any evidence, I remember having a conversation with someone. The fact that I even got into a conversation, this was somebody at a university campus, was impressive because often they don't even want to have the dialogue. But I asked them to explain, why is it that you're seeing with your own eyes these tunnel systems built in Gaza, millions and billions of dollars spent to build these underground tunnels where they held children and people, and they're like, but you're committing genocide. So there's nothing that you can say, and sort of they're saying Zionism is colonialism, Zionism is racism. And for me, what Zionism is, of course, has been expressed. Zionism is, of course, is our right to be in our ancestral homeland, our indigenous homeland. But Zionism, if anybody knows anything about Judaism, they'll see that the land of Israel is so much part of our faith. It's not just some separate part of our identity. We pray about it. Most of our holidays are revolved around it. So many of our commandments are applicable only in the land of Israel. So it's not just some distant sort of political thing that was created recently. There might be aspects of that by some, but for the majority of the Jewish community that I know, Zionism is who we are. You can't sort of separate, and I don't want to give an example to other faiths, but if you can imagine taking another faith and sort of ripping just a part of their faith and saying, well, this part doesn't belong, and we'll like, if you only keep that part, we'll like you, but if you have anything to do with that, well, then you're fair game for our attacks verbally, socially, emotionally. That's what we're experiencing. And so when I say I'm a Zionist shul, it means that we connect to the land of Israel. We pray 3 times a day, and Israel is in our prayers. As I said, our holidays are based around the seasons in Israel. So for anyone to sort of tell practicing Jews, well, this is not actually part of Judaism, and even some Jews like to tell us that that's not part of Judaism, which I find rather interesting.
You've also recorded in your statement a campaign of abusive phone calls to the shul over a period of about 3 months in the middle of 2024. You made the point that you had to keep the phone on the line and ringing because that was the way your membership contacted you. What's been the consequence of that campaign?
So there was a period of time where we were receiving these phone calls, and the person on the other line would say, "You guys are baby killers." I mean, this baby killer is, I guess, one of the favorites, because it's like, when you say somebody's a baby killer, it's I can't think of anything more grotesque to say about a person, that they actively want to go and kill babies. I mean, it's actually mind-boggling that people are accusing us of that, and then calling our synagogue, to say that about us. It's hurtful, it's disgusting. But when you have staff members who have to answer the phones to try and help members or whoever else is calling the synagogue for whatever service they're seeking, to constantly be getting this barrage of attacks saying, "You baby killers, you're committing genocide, you should be ashamed of yourselves." And I remember even one time somebody calling me, they specifically wanted to speak to the rabbi, and they even sort of lied and said they're a member of the synagogue, but they didn't want to give their name. And when I got on the phone, they're like, "You're the leader of this place, you should be ashamed of yourself," and slammed the phone down. And this was ongoing, and we had a number of staff members who were very uncomfortable, some even feeling unsafe, some asking at times if they could work from home, which of course they were giving it that ability if they could. But it's the seeping through of this propaganda that's found its way everywhere. Of course, I think there are those who naturally are, have this hateful mission, but I think it's affecting many regular Australians who are being fed this narrative, which I think is causing so much of the disunity and this discord that we're finding ourselves in at the moment.
You proffer a few reflections on incident reporting, and you identify an impediment to real-time reporting of anti-Semitic incidents. Can you explain this very practical problem?
Yeah, so I mean, if you're walking on a Saturday on a Shabbat as an observant Jew, you keep Shabbat, which means you don't sort of have your phone or any technology. And so if you're walking in an area where somebody drives past you, unless you're quite quick, and I've tried to be quite alert actually when I'm walking, in case somebody does say something, that I can sort of quickly try and mentally take down the license plate number. But often that's very quick, it's a 10-second event. And so you're sort of stuck. What are you going to do? You're going to go to the police station, and in fairness to the police, somebody drove past me and shouted these anti-Semitic slurs, and they're like, "Well, do you have any registration? Do you have anything?" And if there's no cameras in the area, it's really unfortunate. They might sort of record it just to keep their data of incidents. But in fact, recently, and I actually, after I had already made my submission, just recently this past week, where we had someone drive past the synagogue and did a Nazi salute and shouted out "Heil Hitler" when there was a number of members standing on the... And there, to our good fortune, he was right on camera. So we were able to record the license plate. We went onto the CCTV cameras after Shabbat and sent that to police. We had to hear what's happened, but that's the brazenness, driving past the synagogue, people standing there, and perhaps maybe even aware that there's cameras. I mean, it's pretty evident that there's a lot of cameras and security around our building, but for someone to sort of drive past and shout that slur, it's again this righteousness they're thinking to shout that at us is almost like a good thing.
You have given some evidence to the Commissioner in your statement about some suggestions of initiatives to improve social cohesion. Could you address that, please? Just
absolutely. So, if I could sort of sum up what my understanding of what's happening in our society. Of course, there's people with agendas that are pushing a narrative, and we've seen it on the streets for 2 years. You know, these rallies, genocide, 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 and I think it's a pattern of trying to create a narrative of who these people are. And so when we speak about social cohesion, if the community thinks that there's a group, the Jewish community, who are actually actively supporting genocide, and we actually support people who are baby killers, if this was true, if this was a narrative that was true about Israel, then in a way, how could we ever expect us to get along? Because why would I want to get along? Why would I want to have in my community people who are baby killers? You know, if somebody said to me, you're living across the road from people who kill babies, I would not want to have any interaction with those people. In fact, I would probably call the police and have them try to get them arrested or moved out of the area. So if you marking an entire community like that, what chance of success is in social cohesion? So it's going to require, of course, political leadership, religious leadership, business leadership, the higher levels to call out these lies. But of course, we can't rely solely on government. You know, we've got to do our bit. And so I felt, in a small way, hopefully in a meaningful way, is the best way to combat that in some way. Of course, you know, you need the repercussions and you need the consequences for people who do go and do these attacks. But on a very grassroots level, sometimes the best way to get people to understand is to interact with them. You know, I grew up in Johannesburg, and of course, you know, as a youngster, I was already post-apartheid, but the effects of that discrimination against majority of the country, you could see its lasting impact. And when I was in year 11, we did a bike ride with 2 schools from public schools, black children who I'd never sort of had much engagement. And we spent 5 nights on the road doing this big bike ride, camping, and we did it for road safety. But it was after that week when they got to know us and we got to know them that it was a whole different story. So what I've done in our synagogue is events and initiatives which bring communities together. We had what we called Shabbat to Share, where we asked our members to invite their work colleagues to come spend a Shabbat with us, to have a dinner and see the service. And the feedback has been phenomenal. People saying, I never sort of knew this about your community. And they could see right then and then that these are not people who commit genocide. These are not people who, you know, their brothers and sisters in Israel are baby killers. You know, so when they come into your environment, we've also done initiatives to go out to first responders on Christmas Day to thank them and say, you know, we as the Jewish community appreciate you, we thank you, we care about you. And so hopefully this will, in some small way, make them realize, hold on, when we sing this rhetoric, this narrative that these people are evil, hopefully they'll stop and say, well, maybe we should check on that. Maybe we should actually do a little bit of digging and ask and question and not just accept the narrative that's been sort of, you know, promulgated all across social media.
Rabbi, thank you for giving evidence today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. You're excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness is Rabbi Menachem Dadon, who is present in the hearing room.
Yes.
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You do.
Rabbi, you are the rabbi at Beit Yosef Synagogue in Bondi, which is also known as Chabad for Israelis, is that right?
Yes.
And Beit Yosef, until recently, was also known as Ohel Abraham Synagogue, is that right?
Yeah.
Your synagogue was one of the co-hosts of the 2025 Hanukkah by the Sea event in Bondi. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'll come back in a minute to ask you about your synagogue a little bit more and also about Hanukkah by the Sea. But I first want to ask you a little bit about your own background. You were raised in Israel?
Yes, I was born in Israel. I ordained as a rabbi after I was learning in Israel, in New York, and in Italy. And then I came back to Israel and I went to the college to become a computer programmer, and I work as a computer programmer in Israel. I met my wife in Israel, and we came here at Hanukkah 2001, December 2001, we actually got married here in Sydney, and we went back to Israel. I went back to work. And September 2002, my wife was pregnant. She wanted to give birth next to her mother, so I took 3 months off, and I came here September 2002. At that time, was a synagogue in Bondi by the name Chabad for Israeli, Bet Knesset Chabad LiYisraelim, that they wanted me to run the services for the high holiday. And I realized that I have 3 months here anyway, so I was agreeing to do it. And these 3 months end up as 24 years here, just an amazing work with an amazing community and teaching in school.
And Beit Yosef, that's attended by people across the Jewish community, but is it right that it mostly caters to congregants with an Israeli background who are living in Sydney?
Yes, actually, 17 and a half years ago, this Bet Knesset Chabad LiYisraelim, which was mainly for Israelis, everything was in Hebrew, joined with Beit Yosef, the place that we are today, but mainly most of the people are Israelis, but there is also other Jewish people, not Israelis.
And from the early 2000s, is it right that there were 2 Hanukkah events that took place in Bondi at the time of the festival?
Yeah, from 2002, December 2002, first year that I was here, we were doing an event in Bondi Beach. For the first few years, used to be 2 events. One was run by Free, what known today as the Chabad of Bondi, and the other one was ours. However, around 2007, 2008, after Rabbi Eli Schlanger came here to Australia, Rabbi Ullman, his father-in-law, and Rabbi Eli suggest why we should not join the event together, and since then we were doing the event every year together. Obviously, it was around COVID, they took over. We were just sponsoring certain things, but they took over the event, and we were just sponsoring part of the expenses.
So before the COVID pandemic in about 2020, you were organising Hanukkah by the Sea with Chabad of Bondi each year, is that right?
Yeah.
And then after COVID, the event still continued with both synagogues as co-hosts, but the organisation was taken over by Chabad of Bondi by itself, is that right?
Exactly.
And is it right that Chabad for Israelis, or as it was then called Ohel Avraham Synagogue, it's referred to on the flyer for the 2025 Hanukkah by the Sea event? Who added the Chabad for Israelis name to the flyer?
This is actually a very, I can say, an emotional story that just showing again about this man, large in life, Rabbi Eli Schlanger, because as I mentioned, in the first probably 10 or 12 years that we worked together, both of us used to put a lot of effort and work organizing everything, but as I said, from COVID, things changed a little bit, and I felt that, obviously every year he used to call me and I used to say to him, okay, what is my involvement, how much I have to pay, and I knew that I have to be obviously involved in the lighting the menorah and giving a speech, inviting my people, and that's it. So this year, I knew that I'm going to go overseas in the middle of Hanukkah, and I felt that, maybe it's not fair that I'm, so to speak, piggyback on his event, and I said to myself, what, if Eli is not calling me, I'm not mentioning anything. However, in November, actually, before I came to the commission today, I checked my WhatsApp and I listened to the message that he sent me in November 2025. Eli left a message and he said, Menachem, you know that Hanukkah is coming, we have to do the event together. So I said to him, okay. And I called him straight away and I asked him, what is my involvement? He told me. And then, maybe a week before, He called me and he said to me, Menachem, I have a problem. I said to him, what is the issue? He said to me that in the flyer that he organized, the logo is still the old name, Chabad for Israeli Bet Yosef, and it's not Oel Avraham. So I said to him, don't worry, Eli, it's okay, everything is good, you don't have to, and leave it as is. No, he said, please send me, I really want to change it. And actually I find out that he changed it. He changed it. It was important for him to make sure that, he will not take all the credit. This was Eli. Eli was a man of action, an amazing human being. That what was important for him, that will be an event that as many people will come, celebrate Hanukkah, enjoy themselves. Credit, honor wasn't his issue whatsoever. Obviously after the Bondi attack, I was going back, just looking at the pictures from previous years, trying to find, some record, and I realized that there are actually few years that I don't have any pictures of Eli. Usually I used to make sure to take some picture of him, because he was usually the one who take the pictures, not the one that people take pictures of. He was such a special human being, and let alone, I'm not talking about obviously an amazing husband, an amazing father. These kids, many times used to consult with me, speak to me about his children, because my wife and his wife are first cousin, and he's a bit younger than me, so we had a lot of conversation. And he was an amazing human being, let alone a good friend who always was involved in, there is something to do, something to add, Eli was there. He was not interested in problem, always solution, and tell me what I can do, what I can help. I'm not so sure exactly how I can go around. Obviously, I'm not going to mention anything on the attack, but just a minute before, this was his words to me, and he was in literally in awe. He was so happy because it was an amazing event till the minute before. And we were in the middle of a conversation.
Rabbi, I might just stop you.
I know.
There are sensitivities about this which I know you appreciate. Perhaps I'll just ask Ms. Phillips to continue her examination.
And Rabbi, just so that we're clear, you circulated the flyer with the information about 2025 Hanukkah by the Sea to your congregation and your community, and you contributed some funds from your synagogue to make the event happen.
Yes.
But apart from that, as far as you know, all of the arrangements were undertaken by Chabad of Bondi. Your 14-year-old daughter was injured in the attack, and some of us might have seen her face in the days after on our news screens together with some of the other heroes, and we just want to ask how she's doing today.
Chaya is strong. She is good, and obviously this is the Royal Commission for Antisemitism and Social Cohesion, and this is something that I think every parent has to ask himself, how we came to a situation that a father can get a phone call from his daughter that she and a 14 years old girl who have to leave a safe place to save other kids. And I will never forget what she asked me. After obviously realized that I came, and she allowed herself to start to cry. She asked me, Abba, in Hebrew it's like father, why they hate us so much? Why they want to kill us?
Rabbi.
And I think it's a big question. Obviously, I'm not talking about the Bondi attack. That we as a society have to think how we came to this place. That the father doesn't have an answer to his daughter.
Rabbi, you yourself have experienced some anti-Semitic incidents as you walk around Sydney as a rabbi, as a religious Jew. Can you tell me the sorts of things that you have seen and heard walking around the streets on Shabbat or on the festivals?
Unfortunately, to be a religious Jew in Sydney is to accept the fact that from time to time we'll walk on Shabbat and people will drive and just they will allow themselves to say certain things to you, to curse you, and obviously saying free Palestine, it's a regular thing, but actually to say F Jews or other things, and usually it's like literally a regular thing that once a month you get it and just you ignore. The only issue is when you walk with your children, and you walk with you 9 years old, and all of a sudden you see his reaction. When people scream, and sometimes it's just not one person in the car, this is something that you again have to answer him, and obviously just you try to dismiss it and just focus, don't worry, it's not everything is safe, everything is good, but this is a regular thing, and it's not just from me as an individual, as a parent. You hear it from your congregant, you hear it from people that are coming sometime to the synagogue, and you see that they are distressed because they were walking on the street and someone was telling them something. And I'm talking about not just young people. I have an old member in my community, 86 years old, that he had incident just outside of my synagogue. And obviously, if you refer to what I wrote before about just after October 7, I had an incident in Bellevue Hill. As I was walking back from synagogue, I hear someone talking behind me. I didn't realize at the beginning what he's saying, and then all of a sudden I hear him say, "How do you feel, you baby killer?" And at the beginning I want to ignore it, because this is I don't believe that I am going to engage with him. It will help someone who doesn't know me. I just see a Jew and wanted to say something. There is nothing that I can say to him, but obviously he came closer and closer, and he said, you killed the Palestinian people. And I had enough. I turned to him and I actually start to speak to him. At the beginning I tried to reason with him, and then I saw his eyes, the hatred in his eyes. There was nothing to say. So obviously he realized that I'm not intimidated by him. So after a while he just left. But I remember that Shabbat that took me some time just to calm myself down after seeing the hatred and this guy's eyes.
And you work also as a teacher at a Jewish school, is that right? Did you speak with your students about the hatred that you had experienced on that particular Shabbat?
Yeah, actually Sunday after that Shabbat I went to the school and I just shared with my students. Obviously I'm teaching high school and the boys are more capable to speak about these type of things, and I share with them how I felt. And all of a sudden you realize that this experience is something that's not just out of the blue. My students share with me walking in Bondi Junction and getting all these curses against them and saying to them things and intimidating them. So much so that one of my students said that he had to plea and beg his friend not to take their kippahs when they are going to Bondi Junction, and just be proud of who they are, and not to be intimidated by this type of people who just feel free to go to a teenager just walking with a kippah or with a Jewish school's uniform and just throw all these terrible things to them.
Rabbi, one of your duties for your congregation is to check whether their mezuzahs or their mezuzot are kosher. Can you explain what a mezuzah is?
Yeah, that's one of the commandments in the Bible is that we put on the doorstep the parchment is part of the Bible, the Shema Israel, and it became like a symbol of a Jewish home. And regardless, a lot of my congregants are not actually observant Jews; they are secular Jews. But everyone put mezuzah outside his house, and this is before October 7. This is actually a few years ago. One of the people gave me his mezuzahs. He was moving from a house in Bellevue Hill to another house in Bondi, and he gave me his mezuzahs to check it, just to make sure that water didn't came or that all the wording are proper. And as I was opening one of the cases of the mezuzah, I realized that there is no mezuzah there, and a piece of paper came out, and in the piece of paper was written "Free Palestine." Just someone went to his house, took out the mezuzah, tore it to the rubbish, and just put the Free Palestine inside the mezuzah and closed it. And this is just one incident. Unfortunately, after October 7, I got few phone calls from my congregants who say to me that they don't feel comfortable anymore to put the mezuzah outside their house because they don't want people to identify them as Jews. So if they are allowed to put it outside, from the inside and not from the outside, that people will not see them. And after December 14, again, I got another series of questions from my people if they are allowed to put it inside, they are allowed to carry it and not putting it outside because they are afraid that people will identify them as Jews.
And just to be clear, the Shema Yisrael that you just mentioned, which is usually written on the scroll inside the mezuzah, is that a Jewish prayer? It's
actually part of the Bible. It's apart from the 5th book of the Bible. It's not a Jewish prayer. It's just there is 2 paragraphs from the Bible in every mezuzah.
Is it right that you used to tell your congregation or your students that when someone abused them or confronted them about being a Jew in a hostile way, you used to tell them just ignore it?
This is something I know that I'm not answering straight away, but I had a huge dilemma if I should come here today or not, because I feel my job is to help people to go forward. And I see since December 14, on a daily basis, every day, almost, I'm not saying all day, but every day I see people who are suffering, people who lost their parents, people who got injured, and I know that my job is to give them hope. My job is to make sure that to give them the tool to look forward and to find strength to overcome. So in the past I was thinking, I will not allow I used to say to my family, just ignore, continue, do the right thing. Because as a student of the Rabbi, I believe that our job is to add goodness and kindness to the world. And obviously the government is supposed to take care of our security. But after after December 14, after the first night of Hanukkah, I realized that I was naive to think that ignoring it will help, because unfortunately without the awareness of the community, without education, the new generation to realize what actually these words that they will unfortunately translate to action, as we all saw, we will not be able to do it alone.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you, Rabbi. You're excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness is Deborah Conway.
Yes.
Would you like to swear in or make an affirmation?
I'll do it on.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Conway, what's your full name, please?
Deborah Ann Conway.
And you're a professional musician?
I am.
Yes. And you've made a statement dated 7 May 2026. Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
I believe they are.
Commissioner, the document ID is stat.899.0056.0003_R, and I tender Ms. Conway's statement.
Yes, that will be Exhibit 1.111.
Thank you. You were born in Melbourne and grew up there?
I did, and I have.
You describe your family as observant but not religious, and you went to school and university in Melbourne. Can you briefly describe that time in your life?
Well, my parents kept a kosher house, But, you know, when we ordered Chinese food on Sundays, we might, the fried rice might sneak in, and everyone ignored that. We would go and have Shabbat dinner with my grandparents every Friday night. We would fast on Yom Kippur. It was a bit hard for me when I was younger, but I managed to get through it. We observed all the major Jewish holidays. We always had 2 nights of Seder on Passover, Pesach. And I didn't go to a Jewish school, but I did Sunday school and Jewish summer camp and Jewish dancing class. And every time I dated a non-Jewish boy, my father would say, "Another nail in my coffin, Deborah."
You went to university also in Melbourne?
I did.
And did you experience anti-Semitism growing up at
I
school
never
or at
did.
uni?
No,
Never?
never. My parents would often ask me, and I would think, no, they come from another era. This doesn't happen anymore. This is not how it is in this country, and it's not how it is in my life.
You've said towards the end of your statement how being a Jew is at the core of your being, and you describe how being a Zionist fits in with that. Would you care to share that?
So, for me, being a Zionist is believing that the Jews have an eternal, profound relationship with their ancient homeland in the land of Israel, where we originated 3,500 years ago. Zionism, I've heard it described as many things, but I think it's just simpler than that. You can be of any political stripe and be a Zionist. You can be enthusiastic about religion, or not, be completely secular and be a Zionist. I think there's many ways to be a Jew, and Zionism is often a very elemental expression of being a Jew. And I think they're interchangeable. And I think the idea of trying to somehow remove Israel, or the idea of Zionism from being a Jew is it's a false narrative it's a convenient lie for which people who want to throw slurs at Jews are happy to hide behind.
You've said in your statement being a Zionist is not about supporting one government policy or another. Would you care
yes,
to
I agree
elaborate
with
on
that. Yes.
that?
Correct. It is not. Zionism is not to do with politics. It's not to do with the left or the right of Israeli politics. Everybody disagrees about politics, both there and within the Jewish community here. But that doesn't mean that you don't have this relationship with Israel at the very core of your Judaism. And I think most Jews would agree, most diaspora Jews and Israeli Jews would agree with that. I think there's been surveys that talk about 85% of Jews that feel that way.
In the 1990s and the 2000s, you described some instances of anti-Semitism of which you became aware, but you say that you thought of them as on the fringes of everyday Australian society. Have you observed increasing instances of anti-Zionism as a vehicle for hostility to Jews?
I guess I wouldn't have phrased it quite like that, because it just comes at me as being anti-Semitic.
Yes.
They're completely sort of linked and interchangeable for me. Yes. Do you want me to refer to those, or is it enough that they exist in the testimony?
I can ask you about your statement in a moment.
Yes. Obviously, there have been increasingly there's been a kind of atmosphere of anger directed at Israel, and subsequently directed at anybody who feels that connection with Israel. And it tends to peak every time Israel is in a conflict with one of its neighbours.
You refer to your own experience on the 7th of October 2023. Would you care to describe that?
So on the 3rd of October in 2023, I put a book out. I wrote a memoir during COVID, and as well as writing a book and putting it out, we wrote a musical theatre piece to go with the show. And on the 7th of October, we were performing our second to last matinee performance of that at the Victorian Arts Centre.
So who's performing that with you?
My husband, Willie Ziegler.
Yes.
And I stay on stage most of the time, almost all the time. He goes off, on and off. And at one point he goes off stage and he sees a text from our youngest daughter who has been living in Israel, working there. And it says, "Don't worry, I'm sheltering in a stairwell, I'm safe, it's okay." Now, he didn't tell me that until the performance finished, but that's how I found out that Israel was under attack.
And in the days following the 7th of October, what do you recall of that time and your feelings at that time?
I think just horror, just this extraordinary shock to my very core. It was so terrible what happened on the 7th of October, this barbaric attack. We had so many details about it, and it was so horrific. And initially there was a bit of sympathy. People were initially, horrified themselves. But within a couple of days, the idea of a gathering of angry men chanting, "Gas the Jews, where's the Jews, fuck the Jews," on the steps of our iconic Sydney Opera House, and the only person that gets taken away from that scene by the police is the man who turned up there to wave an Israeli flag. Because the purpose of the event, as we all know, I mean, I'm going through, this is all old news, was to light up the Sydney Opera House in blue and white in sympathy with the victims of this massacre that had happened on the 7th of October. But the glee, the jubilation, these celebrations or protests or whatever you want to call them, that were taking place in the shadow of the Opera House was a wake-up call. And I just thought, am I living in 2023 Australia, or is this 1933 Berlin? It just was so bizarre.
You've referred in your statement to the fact that you posted a brief message on Facebook on about the 13th of October 2023, and you say it was the merest toe in the water, it barely expressed the pain that you felt. Would you just care to read that and describe the response that you received?
In every generation they rise against us to annihilate us. They always have their excuses. Something like that.
Yes. And what
we know you have your reasons. Everyone always had their reasons.
And what was the response to that?
It was, there was quite a lot of pushback, as I recall.
You have also described in the next part of your statement in November 2023 you posted a screenshot of an event that you and your husband were attending. And then in December 2023 you gave an interview, and you've attached the transcript of the interview that you undertook. And you say it started a sustained public attack that continues to this day against you. Do you wish to describe what it is that you said and how you intended it to be understood and what the reaction was?
So my husband and I had performed at a huge concert event in Melbourne at the Rod Laver Arena, and I wore a very large Magen David, and we both wore white suits with blue shirts, and he wore a yarmulke. And then a few days later there was the event in Sydney where some actors performed a play and wore their kaffirs for the encore. And there was kind of a collapse within this particular organisation because of that event. And I had been invited to discuss the comparison between those two events on the national broadcaster. And I thought, well, I can do that. And it wasn't long before the interviewer decided that she wanted to talk about what was happening on the ground in Israel. And she said something like, well, the kids, there's so many kids dying. And I said, well, it depends what you call kids, because Hamas are putting guns in the hands of underage soldiers, and then they're cynically counting them in their casualty lists. And I think that's an absolutely shocking form of child abuse. But those few words were taken out of context and they were weaponised. And then I was a baby killer. I was revelling in Palestinian blood. The accusations were so extraordinary, so shocking, so utterly devoid of any truth and unanchored from the meaning of my words. It took me a while, but I realised it was a tactic. But it did take me a while to figure it out. But it's a tactic. If you can call someone genocidal, there's nothing worse. As one of the previous speakers said, if you can call someone a baby killer, there really is nothing worse than that. And, it's a visceral feeling being called that. And so they throw that around a lot.
You described joining a WhatsApp group in late 23, early 24, and I think a witness gave evidence to the same effect earlier this afternoon. The group was called Jewish Creatives and Academics, and it came to have about 600 members. And the group members shared their stories about their experiences, including their anti-Semitic experiences.
Yep.
What happened in January 2024 in terms of your involvement in that?
I think that was when it was doxed. Yeah, the group was doxed. So my experience is different from the previous witness because I guess I'd already doxed myself. I was an out there Zionist and out there Jew. I hadn't hidden anything. But I think it was interesting. The Prime Minister mentioned my name several times, which because of perhaps because he was so shocked that someone within the coterie of the arts world that he was aware of, that he knew that he'd grown up with my music or whatever, was being subjected to this kind of behaviour. But that was kind of like a doxing in itself, because he'd mentioned my name so many times in so many various interviews. So, but I didn't receive as much pushback from that. Although, I guess what happened was that people then presumed that I had been a designer of the group in the first place, that I had gone after other people's careers. Neither of these charges were true. I'd very rarely commented on the group. I think some part of me decided it was a very unwieldily large group, and I didn't want to comment too much on it anyway. But that didn't stop the people who were weaponising that from coming after me and making all kinds of accusations about it.
And you've described in your statement some of the consequences of those events in December 23 and January 24. For example, you refer to a festival in February 2024 in paragraph 35 of your statement.
Yep.
What happened at?
So, because I had written this book, I had a whole series of writers' festivals lined up, and one of the first writers' festivals that had booked me was the one over in Western Australia. And I received a call from the festival director saying, look, I don't want you to worry, but there's been quite a lot of pushback about your being part of our program. And I didn't really understand why, to be honest. Because he said, don't worry, it's all fine, it's under control. So I thought, okay, well, it's under control. And then I received a couple more phone calls and I thought, well, maybe it's not as under control as they thought. In the end, I turned up to this Writers' Festival. There was a whole slew of security people that were there to keep me safe, maybe the audience safe. And they had included another bunch of writers that they referred to as more diverse than me, to balance the views that were being put out. But I'd written a book about a musician living in Australia, and it wasn't a political treatise, or certainly nothing about the Middle East or anything like that. So I think it was to do with the fact that I was just a Jew, and they needed to balance it with other people who weren't.
And what happened during the sessions?
So the first two sessions were sold out and they were fine. And the third session and they were just me, and the second one was me. And both of them were, my husband was there as well, and we played some music and I talked about the book. And the third session was a panel with two other authors who had also written a biography and an autobiography, and we'd gotten, 5-10 minutes in, and one of the questions was directed at me, and I started to answer, and all these people rose to their feet within the auditorium and unfurled their signs and started screaming things at me, and I was shocked. I really was. Even though they'd warned me that this could happen, I really didn't actually imagine that it would. It just seemed so far-fetched and crazy. And
what
they rushed me and the moderator off stage. Security came in, they removed these people, and then we resumed the discussion. But I did feel very shaken by it. And one of the other panellists said, I understand how tempers run really high in these situations. But I didn't feel that was quite the right thing to say.
Because it wasn't a political text.
Because there was no political context around it, and I don't see why they should have been justified in doing that, and why he had sympathy for their political view that was completely unattached to the subject of the conversation.
You also refer to a whole series of other appearances and bookings that were pulled or that you were cancelled from attending. Multiple instances in March and April and May 2024. Are there any of those that leap out as particularly having an effect on you, or was it just the occurrence one after another?
I think it was the way. North Coast, the Writers' Festival, they hired a lot of security, and we went ahead and they were great, and they moved the person who wanted to interview me suddenly didn't want to interview me and pulled out, and then that whole session was moved to a much smaller room so that they could take care of security. But I just remember feeling like I was walking around the city or the little town, and people were kind of hissing. There was one person that hissed at me, "Shame on you." And I just thought, wow, it's a kind of a very strange thing to find at a writers' festival in a regional town.
You also refer to an occurrence in or near a venue in Sydney where you went to a function where there was graffiti on a wall on two different occasions that you visited, and you've got some photographs there. One says D. Conway supports genocide in Gaza, the other says D. Conway Zionist stooge on the wall beside the road.
Yeah.
What was your reaction to that?
I was kind of horrified. I remember the manager of the venue coming out and saying, well, at least we didn't have to poster it. They both sold out, it was good. I don't know. How do you feel about that? It's all so strange, and I'd sort of gotten used to it by then too. I mean, in some way, yes, there's always that feeling of, oh my God, it's happening again. But then you have to pick yourself up and kind of laugh about it because you're about to go on stage and play music to a bunch of people. I think when I'm thinking about it, I think one of the most horrific things that I had to encounter was a bookshop in Brisbane, a small suburban bookshop in Brisbane. And the owner knew that we were up there doing the theatre show, and he contacted me the day before. He said, look, come on over to the shop, and I'll let people know on the Facebook page that you're coming in. And we'll just do a quick, interview, and you can play a song or two and talk about the book. And I thought, great, fantastic. He was a supporter. So he came to pick us up at the hotel, and as we got in the car, he said, I think there might be a little bit of trouble when we get there. And we drive up, and he parks the car, and there's a dozen people outside, and they're wearing masks, and they've got massive signs saying globalise the Intifada and Zionist equals Nazi and stuff like that. And we go inside, and they're screaming at us. And they literally screamed for the next 45 minutes and pounded on the glass. And one of the worst things was that the police turned up, and there were a lot of police, maybe 10, maybe more, and they just stood there, and they thought that was okay because that was freedom of speech. And for some reason, this freedom of speech thing has become so enshrined, so holy, that it's okay to vilify someone, and not just us, but everybody who walked in or out of that shop felt deeply threatened by these people. And that was really astounding for me.
You also describe in your statement that you and Willie released a new album in 2025.
Yes. Shall we say the name of it, Richard?
Right-wing propaganda.
Right-wing propaganda, that's right.
What's with the title?
Well, I think it was the fact that if people were, screaming, Zionists are fascists. That, not I think, I know. We were being told to feel like that we were we were othered so severely that we just thought, well, we're going to own this and we're going to take it up to you. And we released this album of songs that I guess reflected the first half of the crazy decade that we've all just lived through, COVID and the war and the othering and the hate, through a lens of kind of love and bewilderment, I would say. We couldn't get a review for it. No one would touch it with a barge pole. We sent it to the most sympathetic newspaper that we could, and the message eventually came back to me weeks later. Yeah, the guy, freelance freelance reviewer, yeah, he wanted to, he was going to review it, but then he realised you'd said unkind things about people, and he couldn't. It did eventually get a 5-star review in the same paper, but I think there was some embarrassment that I had to ask.
You described also during 2025 further difficulties securing performances and cancellations, and in particular you've put in your statement a screenshot that someone posted at the end of November 2025 about one of your performance dates, and the post says, outspoken Zionist and supporter of Israel Deborah Conway is playing in Sydney today, and then 2 emojis of vomiting face emojis, and then the message, feel free to use this information to inspire any action you believe is justified, and then there's I think a devil emoji.
Yeah.
And then under that there are some comments inviting people who read it to call the relevant hotel and encourage them to cancel the gig. show up with all your flags to show that Zionists aren't welcome here. That post seems to use the reference to Zionist as someone who necessarily and in every case supports the actions of the government of Israel. Is that the way you understand it in that sort of a usage?
At this point, I feel that Zionist is completely interchangeable with Jew, and they might say that it's only people who support the state of Israel, but they say that it's the people who confirm whatever the Israeli government is doing. And as I said earlier, this is not what a Zionist is. Look, you know, Zionism came about in the last quarter of the 1800s. The Jews were being attacked everywhere. They were, you know, thrown out of England. They were thrown out of Spain. They were thrown out of, you know, they were chased out of Russia on the Pale of Settlement with all the pogroms. That's how my father or how my father's grandparents all left Russia. Then the Holocaust. Well, we hadn't gotten up to there yet, but there was the Dreyfus affair. There were so many events that all of these thinkers are trying to figure out where is safe for a Jew to be, because we can't entrust our safety to any government of the day. Maybe what we need to be doing is to find a homeland of our own. Now, to discuss whether Zionism was good for the Jews back in the 1800s, any time up to 1948, that's fine. Post-1948, I believe that discussing whether Zionism is a valid entity or whether, you know, whether Israel should exist, I believe that's a genocidal impulse. I don't think you can see it in any other way. If you don't believe that Zionism should exist after the State of Israel has been created, after there is a community there living there, after 78 years where there are 8 million Jews and 2 million Arabs and Christians and Druze and Bedouins, and they're all there, and you want to take the entire land and turn it into the 54th Muslim state, then I believe that is a genocidal impulse.
Do you appreciate that there are Australians who appear to have become very staunch supporters of Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza, and who hold a view that Israel has, under the present administration, behaved in a disproportionate way, both in Gaza and in relation to the activity of some of the more extreme settlers in the West Bank.
Of course I acknowledge that view is very prevalent in this country. I mean, it's impossible to avoid that view. I do feel that there is a lot of one-sided rhetoric about the conflict, and that not enough of the other side is perhaps presented, and that it's a very complex history, and that everyone I know would love peace. I know Israelis want peace. Everyone wants peace. Peace has been attempted so many times, and peace is something very elusive at this point. But that doesn't mean people aren't trying for it. But it is incumbent upon any democratic country to defend its citizens if they are under attack. And I think what happened on the 7th of October and subsequently was an existential crisis. I'm not saying that they prosecuted the war perfectly, they certainly didn't, but it is one of the most difficult things to prosecute, an urban war where one of the sides is happy to use their own civilians as casualties for the propaganda that it offers. I think that's an absolutely awful and brutal truth, but I think that my reading tells me that's exactly what's been going on. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it's that in the social media post to which our attention was directed, you were described as an outspoken Zionist and a supporter of Israel, and that moved us to a discussion about Zionism. But it's probably fair to say, is it not, that in the context of the debate in Australian society today, you are a supporter of Israel because you view Israel as defending itself and, in a sense, against a fairly hostile environment in the Middle East. Would that be a fair view?
I think it's really important to say that I support Israel's right to exist. I don't support all of the Israeli government's ways of prosecuting the war. I think that's I don't think that's a subtle difference. I think that's a massive difference. But I don't, we didn't ask for America to be dismantled because it prosecuted the war in Afghanistan or Vietnam or Iraq badly. It's this step further that turns someone. I as I said earlier, I think that idea of anti-Zionism is in fact a genocidal impulse.
Because you take it that people, for example, who support the Palestinians are necessarily in favour of doing away with Israel altogether.
When people chant from the river to the sea, in Arabic I believe it's more like from the water to the water will be Arab.
Yeah, I see.
That is a call to end the entity of Israel. I want there to be peace. I want there to be a two-state solution. I want everyone just to, relax, let each other eat their hummus and get on with it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's not at this present time. We're not living in the land of unicorns and rainbows.
Thank you.
Ms. Conway, your statement also includes a section detailing and showing screenshot images of the online abuse directed at you and your husband and the WhatsApp group. Some of that is on page 12 of your statement. Are you comfortable just describing some of the terms of that?
This was, I believe this was to promote the Never Again documentary that was made, and I appeared in it.
Yes.
And someone, a social media commentator, if you can call them that, wrote, "Outlaw Judaism, ban the Star of David, put all Israeli citizens and sympathisers into internment camps. The state should execute Josh and Deborah. Kill all the hostages. Zionist filth. I hope your entire family dies in an airstrike and you have limbs amputated without aesthetics." I assume he means anaesthetics, but he wrote aesthetics. "I hope that after this happens, you have no access to clean bandages, antibiotics or food."
And you've recorded a series of other instances of such abuse. One of them is on page 14 of your statement, where there was you've had your image together with Willie's published and referred to as, quote, "the faces of genocide," unquote. You reported that to the platform that published that?
I did, yes. I thought it was pretty ugly. It was a happy snap from a dinner that we'd had in Tel Aviv with two other musicians while we were there, and I think I said something like, "Pleasure hanging out with great Israeli musician, blah, no small talk, straight to the meaty issues over mostly vegetarian fare, and then someone decided that we were the faces of genocide.
And what happened after you reported that to the particular platform that published it?
Nothing. Great big nothing. I think they said, after reviewing the available information, we determined that there was no violations of the X rules in the content you reported. We appreciate your help and encourage you to reach out again in the future if you see any potential violations. For more resources about how to control your X experience, please visit our help centre. Thank you.
Yes. Now, in early 2025, I think you collected a series of these instances of online abuse and made a submission of them to the E-Safety Commissioner here in Australia.
What page are you on?
I think you're on paragraph 66 on page 17.
Yep. Yes.
You refer to some communications that your lawyer had with the E-Safety Commissioner, and then she provided a formal response. I'm sorry, it was early 2024, March 2024. You see on page 18 the response that you received to that complaint. Would you mind describing what you're told?
There are shortcomings. Is this what you mean?
That's the one, yes.
There are shortcomings in the basic online safety expectations provided for in the Online Safety Act. The Adult Cyber Abuse Scheme contains high thresholds that have to be met before action can be taken, and the E-Safety Commissioner needs better tools to be able to effectively combat online abuse.
Noting that was in March 2024, as I said. Then in 2025, you have received further calls to boycott and cancel your performances.
Yes. So after the new album came out in August,
yes,
we organised. Went through an agent. I have been booking a lot of my own shows, but I went through an agent because I anticipated that I might get a lot of pushback, and I did. And my agent was terrific and stood by me. But nevertheless, I can't tell you exactly, but around 28 something shows, maybe 5 of them got cancelled because I think there was a fear factor that they would. So what happened was the advertising would go up. Every single venue that we were advertised at received a letter from an actress, an Australian actress, who took it upon herself to send a letter to all of these venues to say, Deborah Conway is a self-confessed Zionist and a supporter of genocide. And words to the effect are that if you platform Deborah Conway, you are complicit in genocide. And I think some venues found that incredibly disturbing, and they pulled back. Other venues were just pulled back. Even without, because they called themselves inclusive venues, and they like to service the entire community, and having someone like me in their venue would cause disruption and disturbance. There were other venues that were targeted almost immediately, that their advertising went up by pro-Palestinian supporters who made it their business to target those venues and to make sure that they knew that if they went ahead with it, there would be a trouble, and so they pulled out. And I think, one of the extraordinary examples of all of that was one of the last shows on our tour, which was in November, And the advertising went up in around August. They immediately started getting responses. I was called by the manager to tell me what was going on. I was really surprised that people had actually turned up to the venue and had protested, not at our show, but someone else's show. They then threatened to turn up more often if they weren't going to pull the show. I think the moment that they pulled the show was after 70 people turned up, wearing balaclavas, hitting pots and pans together, invading the front bar with cameras and filming the staff in order to intimidate them, and saying, if you go ahead with this show in November, we will make sure that we turn up with 300 people, and we will make sure that business is very hard for you to conduct for other shows as well. And so they pulled it, which I don't blame them, I would too.
And what's the state of your gig diary for 2026?
Oh, sorry, I would like to add something else to that.
Yes.
Once again, on the night that 70 people turned up with their balaclavas and their pots and pans and their cameras, the police were also in attendance, and they also did not deem that a protest that they needed to disperse, because that's free speech.
How are your bookings for 2026?
There's not many.
You describe in your statement the impact that these years of events have taken on you and your family and your kids. Are you comfortable describing that?
So my middle child is a musician as well, and I think there has been great difficulty for her. She has lost musician friends who have refused to play with her, and it's been a bit hard. Definitely been hard. I think some of the major festivals who would definitely have booked her have not. My youngest daughter has actually been targeted even more viciously. She doesn't play music. She's can I say this? She's an online influencer in some way, and she makes food, and she makes hummus, and she's been told that she's adding to the suffering of Palestinians because she's making hummus, because it's hummus, and that's a Palestinian food. They've threatened to turn up at her. I mean, she's young. She's 26. They threatened to turn up at the place that she, sells her food at markets, and she had to pack up and leave. She was so freaked out. She's been targeted online by influencers with 90,000 strong platforms, and I think I can't bear the bullying and the injustice, and it's it's unfathomable. She's never made a statement about anything, and they have. There's just a madness. There's a madness about all of this.
When October the 7th occurred, you mentioned that one of your children was living in Israel.
Yes.
Do you have other family or friends in Israel?
Yes, we do. We have family there. And family and friends, yes.
You've probably had family and friends in Israel for most of your adult life?
Yeah, that's right. Definitely family.
My recollection is that back in I can't remember precisely, but the 70s, lots of people I knew went to Israel to
work on kibbutz.
A kibbutz, and it all had a feeling of socialist youth getting together. Do I take it you were a supporter of Israel then?
Oh well, I went then. I went when I was 15 with my parents, and I absolutely loved it. I found this kind of country that was just go get it, and there was a great egalitarian quality about it, and it was bustling, and it was vibrant, and I was young, but yeah, I loved it.
And your feelings for Israel have persisted regardless of what some might see as very dramatic changes from time to time in its administration.
They have. They have, because I'm able to separate what the country is from its polity. And obviously, I mean, you wouldn't wish that job on anyone. It's a terrible, terrible job. And I don't think they do it brilliantly at all times, but,
You've addressed at the end of your statement why you've given your evidence to the Commission. What is that reason?
Well, I speak for myself, but I also speak for an entire cohort of young artists, young musicians, who have really struggled in this climate to get work, to be seen as who they are as opposed to what they represent. And I have befriended a few of them, and I can't bear the idea. It's not so terrible for me. I'm 66. I'm getting towards retirement age, maybe, if musicians retire. But these are young people, and they've got their careers in front of them, and they are being targeted and vilified and persecuted by people that have no basis to do that. These are often people who vehemently disagree with what's going on, but they believe that Israel should be allowed to exist, and that's their crime. And that's a crime that I think is completely beyond the pale. And the fact is that the more they target them, the more young people actually go and live in Israel. So they're achieving the opposite of what they want to achieve. When they say Zionism equals Nazism, when they say Zionism equals genocide, when they say Zionism equals apartheid, and then they end up with a sign that goes in the bin, they're throwing us all in the bin. It's not going to end well.
I have no further questions. Thanks, Ms. Conway.
Thank you, Ms. Conway. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
And the Commission will now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.